Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all variations thereof. Oh god, I just stretched and everything in my back just clicked into place. Oh! Ladies, gentlemen, all variations thereof, welcome back to the Thursday stream. We're doing Space Engineers today, as usual, with Lying and Farrell. I got a little bit sidetracked reading a short story on Tumblr, and I kind of lost myself in it for a bit. But yes, today we're playing Space Engineers. We're going to be constructing a great ship, an amazing ship, a ship smaller than the last one we built, but by no less dangerous. But yes, welcome everybody to the Thursday stream. Where was I? I've forgotten. Anyway, yeah, today we're going to be working on what used to be the Escape from Thanatos save, which is now the Typhon project save. It's been through this series has been through a few different iterations at this point. But yeah, now today we're going to be we're going to start off by taking you guys through the new ship, this beautiful new ship that I've been working on, the Carina class torpedo cruiser, which is a lovely looking ship, very lovely, that I am more than happy to share with you lot. So, here she is in all her glory. Very different design, this one, to what I usually put together, but no less intricate and interesting. So, what we have here is what we're gonna be building in-game today. But there's a few bits and pieces that we need to fix before that happens. Let's get some lights on in here. So this is the main assembler bay. Main problems with this: no upper connection for the refining systems. Kind of need that. Need to add some additional stuff here and there. We'll get to that at some point. All of this front section is planned to be crew quarters, but we've also got crew quarters near the back as well. So if we go in here and then come up here, take this up to the bridge, which has a lovely view, and then come back to here and go down these stairs, we come to the additional crew quarters. Technically speaking, we only need 3, and that is what we have. We have one up here on this observation deck, which leads into these crew quarters here. I don't know. I feel like we need a desk in here, but I can't fit a desk in here. Because of the way that this entire area works. And the fact that we don't... And the fact that we don't have compound blocks. Yeah. However, I do feel like I want to put a sofa up here. There we go. Yeah, that'll do for now. I mean, honestly, I don't like it, actually. Is there a better option? Not really. Oh well, whatever. We'll leave it as is for now. We do need to install a gravity generator somewhere. And we need to install a couple of extra control console. I'm thinking, let's get rid of that. Can't really do that, sadly. Let's see. We could do this. That'll do for now. Not 100% happy with it, because it feels like there's a lot of unused space, but we can't do anything with this space because there's plates and no compound blocks as well. So, sad times on that end of things. That's fine. Those are fine. We need to figure out how the back of this is going to look. And this means that we require conveyors. Yeah. Something like this, I think. And we bring this out like this. Actually, no, hold on. That. Now this is annoying, but I suppose we can fix it with this piece. I would prefer something like that, but for the upper section, but it doesn't exist, so oh well. I will quickly mount a cargo container there, and then block weapons. I suppose that'll fit. Kind of, but not really. Again, kind of, but not really. Well... Actually, that's not a bad idea. Hold on. Put you there. Let's do... these. And... that there. And that's there. And then here, do this. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Is that visually alright to me? It'll do. We can always replace it with something lower down later. Realistically, I prefer something, but... well... oh, actually... no, hold on. Maybe? Maybe. little too wide. Railgun? Yeah, a little bit too wide, doesn't feel like it fits. I mean, honestly, this is what I would prefer. And then we can make these better. Yeah, let's just do that instead. I prefer that. Those in there. Get one of those. And then that there. We will have another set of windows here, I think. And we'll put that on the outside. Like that. Perfect. That can go there. That can go there. And that can go there. Wunderbar. These can go back. And go there. We can make this slope. Well, actually, well, no, we can. We can make the slope a little better, I think. That. And that. And that. And that tiny piece in the corner. There we go. That's a bit better. Bit of a nicer slope on the back, I think. Didn't want it to be too vicious. Okay. Let's see. This entire section needs to be rebuilt, basically. Right, yes. We need a small piece there. And just as a security point, go there. Okay. Just cover over that section a little bit. Let's see, what else do we need? That entire section needs to be pressurized. We need piping. Because I kind of need to check the pressurization while I'm in here. No, wait. This? Oh, this is pressurized. Okay. A little bit unexpected, but alright, I'll take it. Okay, let's put in light. We need light. We need a lot of light in here. It's very bare. Like there. Give me stairs. Actually, what's this? Ah, right. So short. One block stairs it is. Bad. That looks pretty neat, actually. And we'll stick a couch again. There we go. Still need a gravity generator. Let's see. So if we go down into the kitchen area, we have this massive area back here. This will do for a grav gem. Where do the grav gems hide? They hide under these. Okay. Gravity generator. And I'll have to adjust that later on. We take this ladder down and take it all the way down to the lowest deck. Technically speaking. Okay. That's fine. And this is the jump drive bay, which realistically should be pressurized, but it needs a vent. And this will have to do. I wonder, Jay. Don't break the stuff? I never break the stuff. Too much. That would do. Yeah. So if we then put a... I'm good. I have to admit, seeing you was a bit of a blast from the past. Seeing you join the Discord the other day. I don't keep up with many of the folks from those days. I will admit, it's been a long time since I've spoken to any of them, and then to see two of you just appear out of nowhere. Yeah, I saw Claire joining as well. It was like, okay, this is interesting. Like, God, those days are very old to me. Long time ago at this point. So it was a bit of a surprise. I will not lie. But yeah, welcome to my little corner of content creation, as it were. I haven't stopped since back then. I'm still doing the same old thing. Well, maybe not the same old thing, but you know. Still chugging along in the content creation sphere. I need more light. There we go. And then we'll do here. And that one we will cover over with a conveyor. Go. Okay. That'll do for now. Actually, no. Yeah. Let's add. Oh no, we can't. That's annoying. Okay. Damn you, space engineers, and your annoying problems with non-compound blocks. It's a pain. Okay, let's see. These we can do better with. I would like better corners. There we go. A little bit visually better. I noticed when you popped into the Discord, I did a bit of shall we say research on what you'd been up to these past few, and it looks like you guys have been up to a lot. So yeah. I myself do a bit of work with indie developers on occasion. Not as much as maybe I could be doing, but I only have so much time in the day, and right now most of that time is dedicated to building a desk, so you know. Yeah. I do a bit of You're married! Congratulations! Congratulations! That is phenomenal. That is wonderful to hear. I have been in a relationship for the past 5 years, but I honestly do not remember when we last spoke. So... yeah, I don't remember if I was... I probably wasn't in a relationship at the time that we last spoke. That was a long time ago. You and your wife have 5 dogs. Now that is the dream, isn't it? Well, I prefer cats, but my partner wants to get a dog at some point, and I'm like, we don't have enough space in the apartment for a dog and cats. We don't have enough space. It's like, oh. We want pets, but we cannot have them. 3 years together, 5. Fair enough. Me and my partner have been together about 5 years as well, actually, at this point. But I'm not good with timekeeping, so don't take my word for it. Trying to think. For now, this section is complete for the most part, I think. Yeah. I will need to set up the airlocks at some point, because on a world with explosive depressurization, they are important. I have not set them up. So. This area... I need to put in the assemblers, that's what I need. I could probably... Maybe. Let's see. For now, let's just do that. Carina class escort cruiser. And exit to main menu. Watching a video from way back then that I made, like, oh lord, I'm glad I improved. Yeah, no, that is fair. I look back on my old videos and I go, oh, I kind of want to delete that now. But I don't. I don't. That's history right there. I actually, a few months back, I went back to take a look at the Wizard's Green series. The few episodes that I did on that server, I looked at it and I was like, it was cool, but my god was my audio quality garbage. So yeah, that's improved drastically since then. Okay. Let's load the Thanatos Escape World. There we go. Hmm. Let's see. I need this open. And I need the world to load, please. There we go. Okay. Let's activate the projector. She's pretty, but she's not. She's nowhere near done. So yeah, let's get the projector activated. On blueprints, Carina. Copied. Okay. I didn't think the Carina had any. Did it? Oh no, it did. It did. It had one. Okay. Actually, I can do this from there. Let's see. Vertical offset. Is that right? That looks about right. Pitch? Yes. And then horizontal offset. I think that's almost. Then forward offset. There we go. Okay. Cool. That's definitely not as big as the old one, but it's still pretty hefty. That's going to be a lot of welding. Let me grab some steel. Wonderful. Ooh. There I go, falling through the floor again. Okay, that's gonna get annoying, isn't it? Ah! No, you're fine, Jake. You're fine. I often mumble to myself on stream, and I am used to having a lot of lurkers in my chat at many different times. Oh. Okay. That. Let's just... Oh, I'm out of steel plates. Okay. Better drop some stuff off. Pick some more up. Okay. Ooh.
Inventory full.
Right. That is all very much the wrong color. I would like my vibrant gold orange, please. Not the black in the wrong place. There we go. Oh, and that? Ooh, right. Okay, yeah, there's a decent amount of stuff that actually needs to be moved, I'm realizing. Oh boy. That entire section needs to be dismantled and rebuilt. Including the refinery. Oh boy. Okay. That's fine for the most part. Manageable. Let's weld up this front section. Always wanted to play Space Engineers? Well, I would... It's an enjoyable game. And to a degree, it's a good game. To a degree. Because not everything about Space Engineers is great. It can at times be a little challenging, shall we say. Little annoying at times. Yeah. No, not in a bad way, just in a irritating way, I guess. But like, fair warning on all that stuff, basically. Oh, right, yes.
Inventory full.
Oopsie. Oh, bugger. Hold up.
Inventory full.
I need to break out the side of the ship. Woo! God. There we go. Give me fuel. Give me there. Well, I prefer no death, actually. That would be kind of useless to me. Give me that. Go. What am I standing on? Oh, battery. Let's see. This is a tank. Oh god. Right, the guts of this entire thing have been rearranged since I last looked at them. That's a bit of... that's a bit of a problem. Hey, Dragon Reaper. Okay,
Inventory full.
bugger. This... This could present a bit of a problem, but I think I can get around it. Maybe. This entire section is a massive corridor now. This needs to go. That stays. This goes, this goes, this goes. Whoa! All of this section needs to go as well. Because a lot of this is different. This all comes through here now.
Inventory full.
Oopsie. Let's see. Okay, that network point should be fine. So this means that this... Yeah, a lot of that needs to be welded. That's doable. Okay. A lot of this needs to be disassembled, though, because I built it one way, and then I came back and I reworked it in creative, and now it needs to be adjusted. Whoopsie, that's my fault. Projector, give me... Show and rebuild. Okay, so let's see. This side isn't even anywhere near half complete, so this is fine for the most part, except that all of that needs to go. Oh, right, okay.
Inventory full.
Oh boy. Huh. Okay. Hopefully I don't have to make too many. I don't remember how much of this is original parts and how much is not. That's a bit of a problem. I'm gonna open the window as well because I'm playing Space Engineers, which means everything gets suddenly a lot hotter than I would like it to be. Oof. This will definitely be easier once I finish putting my desk together. Okay. Get rid of that. This. And this. That should be fine. This
Inventory
needs to go.
full. Inventory
this
full.
needs to go.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
The rest of this needs to be deposited. This is what I get for going through and constructing all of this in survival mode and then realizing that I have done stupid things in survival mode. So I come back in creative and... Oh boy. It's so much easier to see where you've gone wrong when you're using creative mode. But it also means that everything ends up, if you're then coming back to survival mode, it means that you end up with just a bunch of stuff all over the place that you can't use. It's irritating. But it is what it is. Right. Okay, so this is... What is this? That's a tank. Okay, that's fine. Right. Ooh. Bumping into the shield generators again. This entire section would be fine. I don't know that any of that is correct, but I definitely know that that is not. Oh boy. Oh no, this is Willis ducts. No, this has to go. Oh god, okay. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off the projector because it's making things difficult to see. All the Willis ducts have to go. In fact, basically that entire top layer needs to go. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, fine. Like everything around here needs to go. All of this, all of that. Oh, fine. I'm gonna build a grinder ship because we need one. And Farrell's little grinder vessel doesn't really have this. We're going to start with a large cargo. Okay. Yes. No. Now, let's do that. And then we're gonna make this hyperpunch because I don't really need anything else. Put that there. Put the grinder itself there, right? Batteries. Those, I think. Battery. Yeah, that'll do. Back, and then thrusters. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Just in case. 2. Then those, and another set of thrusters. Like that. Then, back here, we'll put that.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
We need a gyroscope. There. And then the thrust. Right there. Those there. We also need antenna. Back. And when this is finished, we'll put a block. Add on Typhon to the top of this. And now we can start welding. Go. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Okay. I am surprised that lying hasn't. Oh no, lying is in voice chat at the moment. It's like, well, I wonder where they are. I guess I would assume that they would be arriving shortly. Right, we need stuff for... and the drill. And the batteries. And the thrusters. Actually, let's do the thrusters stuff first. Grab all components I need for this stuff. Okay, forward thrust is done. And gyroscope. This is really the bare minimum, to be quite honest. Yes. Oh, good. No, like, the one thing I don't want to have to go do is run around looking for nickels. And that. And last but not least, the batteries. See if we can actually get those made. Oh good, we can. Wonderful. How much power are we looking at? 1 day of power at 0 usage. Could be better, could be worse. Okay. Let's assign grinder. And we want 34 minutes. Decent amount of power. Switch lock. Batteries. That's save. Oops. 28%, and it had 34 minutes of power of us, so that's pretty good actually. Okay. Inventory. Active grinder. That is good. Okay. I will let those charge for a bit. Once they're charged, we will start disassembling the upper half of this ship. After which we can then reassemble it in the proper configuration. This section should be fine to weld up, but I'm not going to do that quite yet. I don't want to... This entire section needs to be ground down and redone. This should be fine to be welded. Let me grab some steel plates and some more nitrogen. There we go. I think it's quite well. Yeah, because the... Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. So that means right. All this
Inventory full.
all the little bits on
Inventory
the
full.
inside.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Let's put some of this in the actual main structure of the ship. There we go. Just check. Let's get rid of all of these pieces here. A lot of this will have to be ground down and then welded back. I think those will just run down like that. That's fine. I can manage those when necessary. How are we looking at the charge? Still low. Alright then. Let's drop this stuff off here. And continue stuff out of the ship. There we go. I think I started regretting the inventory size that I selected for this save the moment that I loaded in. But I've got to be honest, I'm not regretting it any less now. Where's Lying? Lying's around here somewhere, I'm sure. Does all of this need to be moved? I don't think so. I think this section's fine. It's just the outer. Yeah, all of this outer section needs to be ground down. I think we'll pull this as well. Don't need to be there. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, right, yes. I forgot we had turrets now. That's actually extraordinarily helpful. That is a useless staircase that can go. This I will disassemble using the grinder ship. In fact, I'll disassemble everything using the grinder ship. That'll make things way easier. This entire wheel section has to go as well, because that is incorrect. In fact, most of this is incorrect. I should really just grind it down to the bare essentials and start again. Maybe. Might be a good idea. That part is correct, though, I think. These ducts are correct as well, I think. Not 100% sure on that one, actually. Oh, good. Half charge. very least. Let's give this a go. 60 pipes, not bad. Okay. Let's start with... Well, it's slow. At least I don't have to put everything in my inventory. So this inventory is filling up quite quicker than I expected. Okay. Not too bad, though. Okay. Inventory. Oh. Okay. Show me the main cargo. Everything goes in there. Okay. That's actually a decent chunk of stuff gone. Just helpful. Still need to move this stuff, though. Okay.
Lulu, you there?
Hello.
Hello. How are you tonight?
I am good. I am looking at a half-completed desk behind my current setup.
So you're looking at a desk behind the desk.
I'm looking at half a desk behind the desk. Yes.
Right. What have you done to the world this time?
Nothing. Except
Absolutely sure there's nothing?
Pretty certain there's nothing.
I can always tell you're not being entirely truthful by the sound of seagulls in the background, listen.
No, I think that's just the seagulls. I've got to be honest, like
The seagulls know the sound of falsehoods.
I think the seagulls don't care. I think the seagulls just want to annoy people.
Look, if they squawk all of the time, there's a 50-50 chance they're right.
Sure.
My plan today is to build a big heck-off miner, so that I can just scoop up an entire ore deposit.
the miner that you showed off on in the Discord.
Yes, I was planning originally to automate things, but in addition to there being quite a bit of hang-ups with how the grid automation does for automation, on a complex level, it seems easier to just take the solution that you've shoehorned into the mod pack anyways.
The giant drill.
Yeah, like if I made there is absolutely zero purpose to automating the giant drill, because the giant drill can dig out an entire ore deposit in one trip.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably better to just have that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would gladly take an automated solution, but also be automating literally everything on this station would probably murder your computer very quickly.
Yeah, probably.
Which would be fine if your computer turning off didn't also end my stream.
Yes. Sadly, I can't... Okay, I could probably mount this world to a server, but it would take more time than I'm willing to put into at the moment, essentially. Because at the moment, I'm having to juggle quite a few different things, including, but not limited to, the fact that I had to order a drill today to finish building my desk.
You don't have a drill around?
Oh.
Wait, hang on. Isn't that thing like flat pack furniture? Why do you need a drill?
Oh no, it's not flat pack furniture. It's a massive slab of hardwood that I commissioned someone to turn into a desk top.
Ah, and they forgot to include drill holes, evidently.
Well, no. I commissioned them to do the desk top, but I had the legs myself, and now I need to attach the legs, but I couldn't give them the legs to make the drill hole, so now I just have to buy a drill. Which I bought one for like £12 off of Amazon.
I
It's
see.
relatively cheap. It'll be a shitty little drill, but it'll work for me, you know? So yeah, we'll see about that. We will see about that. So at the moment I have...
like so few things do.
Hmm?
It'll work for you like so few things do.
Well, fingers crossed. At the moment I have one leg half mounted before I gave up, because mounting... mounting 8 screws took me 2 days.
What?
I started mounting the screws last night. After 3 hours, I'd managed 2 screws. And I did another 6 today. And eventually I just gave up and went, I'm ordering a drill. So yeah.
I don't know how you've managed to do this exactly, but that is not a task that would take me more than like a couple of hours at most.
Wow. I mean... Okay, no. Honestly, I think if you were doing this line, you would have more trouble than I do.
Because of the joints, or something else?
Well, partially yes, because I'm having to apply an immense amount of pressure to these screws to actually get them to do anything.
What in the hell has happened to my system up here? Oh boy.
I haven't done anything.
My interior plates container is stuffed with, like, a bunch of steel plates. My large steel tubes container is stuffed with a bunch of metal grids. Is anything else going awry? This doesn't make sense. Okay. The assemblers are all turned off, thankfully, so that's something. I don't know how that's happened.
Yeah,
Except
at the
for
moment I'm having
event
to
controls being
disassemble most of the work that I did on the ship last
Oh,
stream.
no.
Because between streams I went into a creative world. And I
figured out a better way?
I figured out a better way, and now I'm looking at it and going, ah shit, I have to disassemble a bunch of stuff so that it can work properly.
Well, I'm currently just trying to move my refineries over a single space, just so that they, just so I can put a sorter in, so that I don't end up attaching, like, an entire ore deposit worth of cargo and shoving it through my entire space station. Which would be bad.
Yeah.
Should be connected there, so I get rid of that. That's disconnected. And now I need to make sure that I actually have a ship attached to this thing so that it doesn't drift off into space uncontrollably.
I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be attached. It can just drift if you want it to.
Probably a bad idea.
Probably a very bad idea, yes, but it doesn't have to be. You know?
Well, as long as I've got the Steely Dan attached to it, it should be okay. Steely Dan should be able to control this thing decently okay.
Oh god, the wind drift on this planet is making this harder than it really should be.
I mean, you picked it.
I did. I won't deny that.
And get rid of that from my inventory, and this should be the moment of decoupling. Yep. Full refinery setup has lost power. Whole refinery setup is somehow still a station, so I can't move it just yet.
Hmm.
To ship. There we go. I think we're good. Yep, back to being a station. 1 block over. Yay! I just love it when things actually work the way they were intended to.
I mean, I would love it if it happened more often, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, I'll go back and get that in a minute.
Okay, and then I just need to add a sorter over here. Doesn't need any filters, it just needs to say, hey, only this way, please. I'll say I could be using the pipes a bit better around on the industrial side, but I like the, I think for this kind of purpose, having the tubes just looks nicer.
I do wish that there was a set of, like, covered tubes. Covered pipes, rather. Like the like
reinforced pipes.
Yeah, like the reinforced pipes, but for the round ones.
Streaming on a passing Reaver ship, so I should probably dock the Steely Dan pretty quick.
Might be a good idea.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, we're opening fire.
I went through the design that I was going with, and I actually pulled a couple of ideas from a couple of the other ships, as well as the Lament. I pulled the entire front end off that ship and mounted it on this one. It actually looks pretty good. It looks a lot better than the Lament did. I was never really happy with the Lament's visuals. I'm glad that I decided to change them. So yeah, the ship's
hello,
a lot
Reaver Aggressor.
smaller
How you
than
doing?
it used to be. It might even fit inside the station. Might being the operative word there, but you know.
What do we think, chat? Do we think the Reaver Aggressor's winning?
Let me guess. It's getting demolished.
It flew right past the Steely Dan, which nudged part of the armor plating on the hangar and just detonated its cockpit instantaneously, apparently.
Interesting.
But yeah, then it had a series of rather large explosions. So I think it's dead.
Debating if you should make loose leaf. Loose leaf is far too much effort, Mr. Tin Man. Just use a tea bag like everybody else does.
What's this?
Like, I've got to admit,
my cockpit didn't detonate; it severed itself from the Steely Dan. What the hell?
That's one way to go.
Do I
Is
even
it
have-
though, Mr. Tin Man?
I don't
Is
think I
it
even
though?
have it. Also,
I've got to be honest. When I make tea, I have to weigh the effort of going between loose leaf and like just a normal tea bag, and the tea bag always wins. It's just so much easier. It really is. And honestly, the taste isn't that different. Not to my distinction, anyway.
I can get the rock hopper to handle this, so it'll be okay.
I may sound weirdly un-British as I say it, but I
Really?
honestly don't really care how my tea is steeped. Or what method of steeping is used.
Let's see, where was it?
I know! I'm not that fussed. I cannot be bothered to put that amount of effort into my tea. I just want a drink. I don't want an art form. Thank you very much.
You just want an art form?
I said I don't want an art form.
Oh. I was gonna say, there's like artisanal tea, and then there's making a cup of tea.
Yeah, no, you make a cup of tea.
And then when you're making a cup of tea, there is a thing called standards.
Yeah, there's standards. I don't have them, apparently. You know, as one does. No, I've got to be honest. When I'm making tea, I want tea the fastest way possible. Boil a kettle really quickly, put a tea bag in a cup, pour water over it, strain the tea bag, take the tea bag out, add some milk, job done.
Makes sense.
I don't want to deal with loose leaf tea. It's too much of a hassle for me. It really is.
Well, it's going to be... I wasn't expecting this to be a problem I was going to have today, but here we are. Just having to recover everything from, like, I think the oxygen tank backwards on the Steely Dan.
Oh no.
Like I say, it scraped the armor plating of the hangar, and because of the energy shield and that it wasn't attached, the hangar just said, no, this is basically indestructible, you take all the damage, instead of breaking the not even completely welded armor plate. So, yeah. This is now the status of the Steely Dan. Headless.
I mean, that's Space Engineers for you, to be honest.
Absolutely. I can see a floating hunk of ice from that region as well. Yeah, I tried to... I wanted to solve the mining issue. Especially if you especially if you come up and relocate the station again. All of the drones
I have no
are gonna
plans
be
to
pointless.
relocate the station in this save.
You didn't have them before, and we still ended up having to do that.
Okay.
That was just sprung on me once
point
too.
out the small thing that I just said. I have no plans to relocate the station in this save.
You already did.
Okay. From now on, I have no plans to relocate the station in this save. Better?
You didn't have any before that one stream, when it just happened to me. So you'll forgive me if I'm skeptical.
I mean, you know. I have plans to relocate the save, but that's for later. That's a long time now.
On, try not to fly myself into them with a lag spike. And see if we can't get this thing's head back on.
Okay, right. Let that charge a bit. Let's see what we can do. All of this.
Inventory full.
Oof. Thank goodness for that. I was scared the entire thing was going to fall on me for a moment.
How many times have you died on this one planet?
Hmm?
How many times have you died on this planet?
Mostly to zombies, so not many. I haven't kept count, to be quite honest.
What is this missing? Displays. 5 displays. Because I don't have displays on.
Oh boy. This entire top deck section needs to go. I welded this up way too soon. That has to go as well. This all has to go. Then it must be re-welded and replaced. And then we can start getting somewhere. All of this. I think. I'll find out soon enough, I'm sure.
Fuel low.
Yeah, fuel low. Okay.
Fuel critical.
There we go. Speaking of, I should probably get myself another cup of tea. I'll be right back, everybody. Who wants to go watch a line? Let's go spy on a line.
Me. Why? I'm currently trying to figure out why this assembler isn't making anything. Probably because
I'll
it's
be
somehow
right back,
set to
everybody.
disassembling. Okay, that'll do the trick. Now the Steely Dan should be done. Repairing. There we go. Okay, right. So, chat, I have 2 main options tonight. I can either build something from a blueprint that I made earlier, or I can try and wing it, basically. I personally think the better decision is the blueprint in this particular context. I usually do enjoy. Damn, goes off. There we go. I usually do enjoy building things like live, but on this particular occasion, it's probably a good idea to just build it from RIT, as it were. Let's get you docked up, Steely Dan. Ideally in a circumstance where you're not gonna slightly nudge the armor plating of the hangar and die again. Oh, speaking of, there's your ore detector. Anything else from you floating around? Probably. Yep, there's a piece. Ah. Steely Dan has no autopilot, so I have to bring this one in manually. Whereas the kobolds, they can autopilot themselves to a dock quite happily. Which I think is, like, probably the best layman's application of grid automation. It's just making it so that all of your stuff happily goes back to it. It goes back to its home when you're done. Apparently we're missing event controllers? Ew. So why are all my thrusters still on? The safer option seems to be to use the blueprint. Correct. Yep, the event controller is incomplete. Dang, why is the event controller incomplete? Because it's also missing displays. Literally a display. Well, explosives shipment from Ember coming in, apparently. Well, if it manages to detonate the rock hopper, honestly, that's par for the course for the rock hopper. The rock hopper's pattern of function seems to be that it performs a single duty and then dies before it can redock. There we go. That's what I should do. But okay, right. Let's get you back. back to him, shall we? The rock hopper, if you're curious, is pretty much just a carrying support module for an ore detector, for a large grid ore detector. Mostly so I didn't have to spend all the materials building a massive large grid just to have an ore detector. But, well, I guess if we're building a large grid mining vessel, there's no reason not to have a ore detector on it tonight. We didn't have the resources to justify it back then. There we go. Okay. Right. So, well, just before all that kicked off, I was fixing this up to be reconnected. So let's fix that up. My refineries actually work again. And now all my ships are connected to the hangar, so it consequently shares the 500,000 shield points of the station, so it should be totally fine. In addition to having the armor blading that should catch the bullets for the station first anyways. Okay, and that. If when Lucian decides to move you again, you'll need the rock hopper. Yeah, exactly. That's why we have the rock hopper still. We also still have no source of magnesium, which is kind of one of the bigger reasons I am concerned about the event controllers in my autocrafting being wonky for some reason. But I could redo the layout here, because right now all of the storage containers are right next to each other, which means they lock together, effectively serving as one shared inventory. So if one of them goes awry, it ends up filling other ones, rather than just not. I could fix that. It would just be a bit time-consuming. What does this explosive shipment look like? Out of curiosity, let's have a look. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Show yourself. Either you're very diddly or you haven't loaded in. There we go. Let's see, let's shoot that. Okay. Okay, so you're a little sun-powered ship. Okay. Got 4 connectors at the back. Small thrusters only. You do have at least a cockpit, but a couple of Gatling turrets, some artillery. I'll be honest, this thing's probably going to take one shot and die if it gets too close. Looking at this thing, it is very flimsy. If we just hit here, pull back in front of this thing's coming off. No? Have we changed our minds? Because we are pretty close here. No? Okay. It's getting closer. If it drops below 3 kilometers, the station will open fire. And then it will be, not my problem, personally. I need a pair of T-junctions.
Predator.
Welcome back.
I have myself a cup of tea. Ooh. My little grinder ship is charged for 100%.
Nice.
It is time to grind down everything that I built last stream.
Well.
That is quite literally what I'm having to do.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, not everything, but like everything above the power core. Just kind of everything.
Pretty much, yes. Okay, that is the refineries moved over, so now I should be able to just connect things to the line going into the refineries, and then it won't flood the base. So, yeah, all good. One concern, I think, is that there's no sorter between the refineries and the main flow into the base, so I might add one there. But that's easily done.
I mean, the more sorters you use, the more lag it's going to cause, so bear that.
And I have very bad news for you.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the more of any, like, conveyor part you use, the more lag it causes, so it doesn't really make a difference, but...
Hmm. Push this off here. There we go. Bit odd that a curved conveyor tube uses the exact same amount of components as a T-junction, but won't complain.
Oh.
Okay, I need a docking bay of some description for a large bridge ship here. Actually, this might make more sense, but at the end. Whew. Right. How's your week been, Lucian?
Pretty good overall. Let's see. What have I actually done this week? I got a desk. Or I got the desktop. It's kind of been the highlight of my week, to be honest. Like, I got an email from Baz, the woodworker who I commissioned for it. And he basically went, yeah, I have it ready tomorrow. I can deliver it at 6. And I was like, that's going to intersect with my D&D session. However,
I remember that.
However, I will take it. I will take it. I don't care that it intersects with the D&D session. I will take it. And it was delivered, and it is lovely. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's this beautiful hardwood, and it's been finished so well that you can barely see the difference between the various planks that are what make it up. And it is beautiful. The edges are smooth, the corners are rounded, it's got this lovely chamfer on the sides. It is absolutely wonderful. I could not have asked for a better craftsman to do that. It is beautifully ergonomic. It really is. I'm quite happy with it. And now all I have to do is slowly get to the point where I can actually attach it and use it. So hopefully I will do that tomorrow, and then I will just chuck this thing over the balcony. Because, well, no, I'll shove it in a cupboard and forget about it, basically. This little desk that I've been working on. Because honestly, I never want to see it again. It has been a bane on my life for 7 months, and I don't want to deal with it anymore.
So will this mean you actually have space for more monitors?
Yes, it will. It will mean that I have space to mount my second monitor, which would be lovely. And then once that's done, I can actually have my Twitch chat and everything, and OBS on my second monitor, which will be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Still trying to figure out a way to have OBS's studio mode stacked instead of doing it side by side. It's kind of irritating, but you know, can't have everything. Change of design? Oh. So, technically speaking, I haven't changed the design, Mr. Tin Man and Dragon Reaper. What I've done is I've changed the internals. So the outer design is staying exactly the same, but I'm having to tear it down so that I can fix the insides of it. Which is why I'm having to do this. So yeah, that's what's happening right now. I'm having to adjust the internals of this design, not the design itself. Because I basically went into creative and I did a bunch of testing and a bunch of adjustments and realized, at one point I realized that I had no way to get from the main deck to the bridge. So I had to put in a bunch of extra, like, stairways and stuff, which meant I had to reroute a bunch of the cargo network. So that was fun.
I can imagine.
Yeah. So yeah, I have to make some adjustments, and once those adjustments are done, I can get on with welding this thing. Goodbye, blocks. You were not that necessary anyway. You were only steel plates. I have enough steel plates.
How polite.
I mean, in fairness, the way I view it is once they're up on the workshop, Mr. Tin Man, my ships are mostly finished.
Mostly.
Yes. There are occasions where I go back to an old design once the game updates, and I update it to match the standards of the game. Like when various extra blocks came out for the base game, and I went through a bunch of my old designs, and I pulled all the modded blocks that I'd been using up until that point, so that people could use it in vanilla without having to download the mods. But yeah. Various other things have happened that required me to make adjustments to various designs. But overall, it's been pretty easy to manage, honestly. And occasionally I'll look at something and go, I could have designed this better in the past, and I'll come back to it. Like the Orion class, I originally uploaded that to the workshop, and then Hinges came out as a modded thing, as a vanilla thing, rather. And a variety of other things appeared, and I redesigned it because the original Orion class had a pair of what's it called?
Coconuts?
A pair of cryopods in it.
Oh, I was almost right then.
And wait, what did you say?
Coconuts.
Cryopods and coconuts are two very different things, like.
I mean, not really.
Kind of are.
They both spit out juices if you crack them open violently enough. It just happens to be a different kind of juice.
Sure. Why not? But yeah, no. I occasionally I'll look at a thing and I'll just go, I could have designed this better, and I'll go back and alter the original design and upload a new one to the workshop, because that's really the easiest thing to do. And recently I've been uploading designs that actually have a decent amount of in-game function to a degree. Like I uploaded the Scorpius class, and that's wonderful. And it has working airlocks and everything, which I'm very proud to figure out. And I uploaded the Auriga, sorry.
Yep. Aquila was a different ship.
Yeah, the Aquila is from Assassin's Creed.
Well, it's from Love, Death, and Robots.
Okay, yes, it's also from Love, Death, and Robots, but it is also a ship in Assassin's Creed. It is a ship. It is the ship that you sail in Assassin's Creed 3, which I was quite surprised to find out that there was sailing mechanics in Assassin's Creed 3. But you know,
Before Black Sail?
yeah, before Black Flag. But yeah, I guess they had to advent it somewhere. So yeah, it was interesting. Finally
Assassin's Creed Advent, where the assassin is a Christmas elf.
Oh God, no! I don't want to play that. I don't want to play that line. That sounds awful.
I mean, that
but yeah.
sounds about as sensible as a lot of what happens in Assassin's Creed, honestly.
Yeah, to a degree. But no, I'm actually, I just realized that my music's a little too loud. There we go. I finished Assassin's Creed 3 the other day, actually. And next up is Assassin's Creed Liberation, which I have heard very little about. Apparently not many people have played it. But it is a game that exists.
Seems like an omen.
Like, a lot of people that I've spoken to have said that it was just dull, I guess. And I looked at it and it looks relatively interesting, but it also doesn't appear in any of the... It doesn't appear properly in any of the official, like, Assassin's Creed game collection lists.
Huh.
Which is a little strange to me. Because those lists are pretty complete.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't appear in a lot of them. It appears in a few, but not a lot. And I was like, okay. Well, I'll give it a go and see what it's about, because I'm kind of curious. And it comes just after Assassin's Creed 3, so I might as well play it in Timeline. Or, well, publishing Timeline, not.
Yeah, timelines in Assassin's Creed are a little
bit
swim.
fucked. Yeah. A little bit fucked. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a go and see what it contains, and maybe find a game that is either enjoyable or just boring, because
Or
it's
both.
gonna be one or the other.
Both is conceivable.
Both is conceivable. That is true. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna give that a go on Tuesday and do something else on Saturday. Don't know what yet. That build up quite quickly, actually.
There is absolutely no way I can build this miner or be able to build a minimum amount and just sail it over to the world that's on the station, I think. It's gonna be about as taxing, regardless.
Well, you know, you do what you can with what you've got.
That's the first of the thrusters able to be built, at least. It's not one of the ones that's actually pointing at the station.
These should actually be fine. Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Of course, once I've built this thing, I also need to build the cargo module for it, because it's designed to also work as a heavy tug. So I won't be done even when I'm done with the ship.
Well, that's how it be, isn't it?
Did you watch the new episode of Reborn as a Vending Machine? I did! It was fun. I don't know if Lucian's watching it.
No. I have not watched it.
So you don't mind if I give spoilers?
Go right ahead.
I think I've described the premise of this particular show already a fair bit, so shouldn't be too much concern there. But Reborn as a Vending Machine, guy who's like an avid... I would say has an ADHD fixation on vending machines, is a decent description of him.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Hyperfixation for vending machines.
Yeah, he
Or
gets
even
full-blown
vending
isekai'd, like hit by a truck and everything, I think.
Wow.
And he's
That's-
reborn in a fantasy setting, literally like, think the entire world is a dungeon and every floor is like its own little thing, complete with sky somehow, because fantasy.
Interesting.
Yeah, with some amount of video game mechanics, or at least he seems to have some amount of video game mechanics. We haven't seen anyone else do this.
Okay.
And he is reborn as a vending machine, as some kind of magic-based vending machine.
Because that's the thing, right?
Well, it's the funky story. It's the premise, if you will.
Mhm.
And then he gradually over the course of the first episode figures things out like, okay, I need to make sales in order to earn points as my internal currency system because they tick down at about a rate of 1 per hour, and I'm presuming when I run out of them, I die.
Hmm.
So he has like an actual he has an actual incentive essentially to like to be a good vending machine, I guess.
Yeah.
And then he figures out if he spends points for other things, he can change what form of vending machine he is, he can change what he has on sale, that kind of thing. And he has, like, a shield that he can use, but it costs more points to have up the more damage it takes. So... and then he, like, gets the attention of this, like, local adventurer who's, like, strong enough to actually lift him and relocate him and all sorts, and it's a lot of it is how does this sentient vending machine fit in with the fantasy setting, I think, is a decent way to describe it. Which is really interesting, actually. So, but in the most recent episode, he gets kidnapped, and...
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
like people have realized that he's basically a money sink, so he's probably stuffed full of coins, right?
Oh.
Yeah, so
Well.
they figure, okay, we'll steal him, we'll crack him open, get all the money, and then we'll sell him because he's probably valuable as well, anyways.
That's a bit of a problem.
Exactly. So he has to try and figure out how to like escape, despite being like literally inanimate otherwise. Like, he has no forms of self-propulsion whatsoever.
Interesting. I didn't realize that when you first started talking about
Do you think he was walking around?
I kind of did. Like, my
No.
brain kind of just gave me this thought of, oh yeah, he's a vending machine, but he's got legs or something. Like, he can walk around.
In fairness, the title of the show is Reborn as a Vending Machine, comma, I now wander the dungeon. So I can see how that might be mistaken. But no, he is literally just a box.
Okay,
He has to be carried everywhere.
That's a little bit stranger than I originally anticipated. Gotta be honest, but all right.
Yeah, and after a point, he realizes he can change his form from being just a regular standard vending machine that sells snacks and stuff to selling stuff like sweets. In episode 3, he turns into a condom dispenser.
Yes, you've told me about that particular
In
one.
episode 4, he turns into I mentioned he's a vending machine guy from Japan, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay, because in episode 4 he turns into, well, yes, Madeline also mentions this. He also turns into a vending machine supplying erotica. Because he's taken captive with another person who like is about to be probably molested in her sleep by a bunch of bandits. So he turns into an erotica dispenser to give them something else to do. But later on in the episode, he also turns into a relatively obscure oxygen dispenser from the 1950s or so. Because apparently, in the 1950s or so, Japan had a really bad smog problem, so vending machines for oxygen showed up.
Interesting.
Which, yeah, Madeline points out is dystopian, but surprisingly actually quite useful.
Yeah, no,
because they're the place that they're like being held in like collapses, and they like realize, okay, I can use the shield so that we don't get crushed, but there's no air coming in.
Okay.
So he turns into the oxygen dispenser so that the other person doesn't get suffocated.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, a surprisingly large amount of thought went into this show about a vending machine in a fantasy world. It is.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's interesting. I'll be honest, I don't watch that much anime, because it's not really my thing. There's a few that I've taken an interest in the past, but not many. But one of the ones that I have watched is, or at least as far as I've been able to, is Log Horizon.
Which is really good. So good. I love Log Horizon.
It is very good.
It can be roughly described as a standard isekai into a video game world, except it's like the world is real and your video game mechanics are also real.
Yes.
And
It's
what are
actually
what are
very,
what are the
very
social what are the social and geopolitical consequences of this? It's so good.
It is. Like, I enjoyed the fact that, like, one of the game mechanics is you can make food just out of everything.
Yeah, you push
anything.
buttons in your
You
HUD
push
and
buttons and
food
you make
pops out.
food. But if you don't have a proficiency in cooking, all the food you make tastes like cardboard.
No, not quite. If you make it in the HUDs, everything tastes like cardboard. You have to physically use
you
your
have to
crafting
physically
to make
use
it,
your
but you have to have
crafting.
a high enough craft for different things.
Yes.
And that then itself is like a massive game changer. Like that sparks economies.
Yeah, and then they realize, actually, we can craft things with our
Yeah,
hands.
we can craft
make
things that weren't in the
steam
game.
ships.
Yeah, they make like a salamander into a steam engine.
Like, seeing all of that, I was... And you still have, like, all of the in-game, like, mechanics and abilities, and you see them do raids and stuff and everything. It's
The
really
dungeons
cool.
are still there.
The dungeons are still there. It's really neat. And I have heard a lot about Sword Art Online as well. And I get the feeling that it's nowhere near as good.
No, the game design in Sword Art is utter garbage. In fact, like in Sword Art, I as a gamer, I'm sure you'll appreciate this particular criticism. In Sword Art Online, or at least the original game that was involved in that particular series, SAO, I think. There is a mechanic whereby random players doing a thing gives them a unique ability that no one ever gets ever again.
Okay.
And it's said that most of these are like absolute, that most of these are like small minor things, but I think one of them for like the main character is like it like significantly ups his like speed stat or something. And the point that immediately hit me is, why would anyone keep or use these abilities? Because gamers like challenge, so they're not going to like use an ability that makes things too easy for them because it'll make the game unfun and they'll stop playing.
Yeah.
Versus gamers want advantage, so they can make a lot of money by selling a character with a lot of good like stats on it, like a good unique ability that no one else could possibly have. Game balance goes out of the window effectively.
I mean, I think that's kind of a thing in Log Horizon as well, like basically overwhelming the auction house and stuff like that. I don't remember.
Buying the auction house, I think, is what happens.
Oh yes, that's what it is. All the buildings
generate enough
suddenly
money.
have value.
Yeah, every single one of them. So they buy the guild hall, which includes the auction house.
And then they sell it back to the land to stop
Later
other
on, yeah.
people from using it. Yeah.
They buy it so that they can actually like control guilds that are doing nefarious things effectively by effectively barring them from respawning. And then they also realize that the upkeep cost of the guild hall is massive and they can't sustain it, so they then sell it back to the people of the land.
Yeah. Which I think is a really interesting mechanic as well.
Dual wielding? It might have been dual wielding, in which case, even more busted, honestly. But also just like, the guy who writes SAO doesn't understand how video games work because he seems to think that you can basically do any kind of game well if you just have high reflexes. Which is not true outside of like even in esports there's a limit. But like the main character's primary thing is just is not that he's like really good at the game, he's just really damn fast. To the point where there's like a movie called Ordinal Scale, which actually has a really interesting like final boss fight. But like his main thing, the main thing is it's instead of being like VR, it's augmented reality. So suddenly his meat vessel that he's been neglecting for years is now actually a problem for him.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, except then he just has like a couple of weeks and he's back up to par. Just,
Nah.
ugh. That's done. Let's get that going. That'll get me a cockpit, and then I can maybe start working with these thrusters. I'm just trying to get the interior skeleton going here. This mining vessel will in fact have proper life support. Interesting. There will be a pressurized area, because I know you love those.
Oh yes, I especially love the explosive depressurization mod that we have.
Okay, stick that in there. There's just a sorter going into the underside of the cockpit so that the cockpit doesn't get stuffed with things. I don't know if I want to actually... I went through all the trouble of designing this such that it could actually serve as something that could be automated in between, but it seems like it's more practical to just dock it manually. I don't know.
At this point, I'm looking at all of these tight little spaces that I have to get into with this welder, and I'm thinking this will be easier to just weld it up manually.
Wasn't there also an issue in it where people were taking the newbies XP potions? Yes, they established that new players get a special, like, potion once a day to up their XP gains.
Yeah.
So an entire guild was just holding new players hostage to extort them for their XP potions.
Yup. Which, when you think about it, in a like game mechanics world,
in Log Horizon, yes, that's actually
Yeah.
that is a thing that would happen. People would
Yeah.
exploit one another, absolutely.
I also enjoyed the mechanics of the what are they? The city guardians, essentially.
Yes, because they're like they're NPCs with special armor that makes them ludicrously OP, but it only works inside of the magic circles that encircle towns.
Yeah. Like, I love that idea.
That's
that
a lot of
towns
force.
are safe zones, but only insofar as fighting, for example. Like,
Yes,
if you're
there
just
are
having
there
an
are
argument-
there are like there are options that you can do to brutalize someone that don't trigger their detection.
Yeah. And I also like that fighting an NPC doesn't count for that as well. Like, because eventually there's this massive, like, serial killer thing that happens. Hey, Jack Hammerslam. And, like, the main reason that they can fight him is because fighting NPCs is allowed within the borders of the town.
I think it's if fighting NPCs is allowed, but fighting the guards isn't.
Yeah,
And since
no,
he's wearing most, at least, of the armor of the guards, he counts as one, so they can't fight him, but he can still happily fight them.
No. They were able to fight him.
Well, no, they had to shut off the whole circle, which will take decades to fix.
They had to shut off the circle because his armor was still drawing from him. So it was making him uber powerful. But the guards themselves weren't doing anything.
Yeah, like it's so interesting.
Very possibly
Log
because
Horizon,
the circle already considered a guard to be there.
possibly, yeah. Didn't at some point the NPCs start getting sentience? No, the NPCs were sentient the second that the isekai happened.
Oh yeah, no, the NPCs were all sentient.
There's literally entire scenes where it's just NPCs talking about how the adventurers are suddenly acting weird, and how they're not taking quests like they used to, and like doing the things they used to do, and why they're all whiny and aggressive now.
Which is kind of interesting to think about, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But what does happen at some point in Log Horizon is the flavor text of weapons starts to become true.
So, starts to affect people.
Which is the whole thing that triggers that whole serial killer issue, because he's affected by a cursed sword.
Yeah. Like, that is wild to me. Like, the idea that the descriptions of the weapons that you wield suddenly start causing problems. I love that idea. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's just... I could sing Log Horizon's praises all day, really.
I mean,
It's so
so
good.
could I, to be honest. It was very good. I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. I don't know if the final season's completion has come out yet, and I don't know when it's going to.
Unfortunately, there may have been some drama behind the scenes.
Yeah, I kind of suspected as much.
Which is to say that the writer got arrested for tax evasion.
Oh! Oh, okay.
Yeah, that
I thought you meant like interpersonal drama, not
I mean, I guess.
the writer got arrested drama.
I think it was... I think it ultimately worked out that it was like a misunderstanding, or that there was just like a slight problem with like how the tax forms were paid out or something. But yeah, that caused a substantial delay in the production.
I can imagine, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely would recommend Log Horizon if you're looking for something in the isekai genre that really like scratches a world building itch, if absolutely nothing else. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
I have never,
No,
I have not,
thoroughly
I have
agree.
to date not found an isekai like it. It is so good, so much.
But yeah, Log Horizon is one of the few animes I've watched and one of my favorites. I don't... Okay. I won't count Studio Ghibli movies here because they're films, not TV shows. But the Studio Ghibli films are also very good. What was that other anime that I watched?
Captain Sakura?
No.
Dragon Ball?
It was a ice ship one. Oh, trying to remember.
Is that the one that you thought one of my ships looked like it was from it?
Last Exile. That was
There we
it.
go.
Yeah, Last Exile was interesting. It was a little all over the place, to be honest. I don't know. It was
It's
was
functionally a
interesting,
war
but it
story,
was
isn't
weird.
it? It's a war story, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah. It reminded me of Captain Harlock in some ways.
Yeah, I can see that.
Also, Farrell has informed me that he will not be joining us this evening as he has had to work late.
Oh dear.
So we wish him the best. And hopefully he will be able to join us next week. But for now, I have to weld all of this up by myself.
Have you thought of making a welding ship?
I have. It would be more difficult to weld up.
Huh.
There's a lot of intricate parts, basically. When I get to a specific point, then I can bring in a welder ship and just sort of go over it in, like, segments. But until I get to that point, I'll just need to top it out with a tier 3 welder.
Probably be using one of the kobolds for this, actually, rather than just me flying back and forth every time.
Fuel.
But I am a lot more controlled at placing these blocks than a kobold would be. So, my aim is to just get this thing functional enough to float itself over the welders. Then it's better if I do it.
That is fair.
Also, weirdly, the top of the small warfare reactors counts as airtight, despite the fact it plainly isn't.
Wait, the top?
Yeah.
That?
Like somehow this counts as airtight.
That shouldn't... It's not.
Well, it did when I was testing this whole thing.
That is strange, because when I was... Hold on. I don't actually know if it is or not. Like, build info is telling me that it's airtight in a pass-through method, not that it's not airtight or airtight on specific faces. Which I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a weird one.
Bit strange. Right. Whatever.
Okay, that's oxygen farms, or at least 2 of them. I don't know why I necessarily bothered putting oxygen farms on a ship which basically just travels, removes an entire thing and comes home, but...
I mean, a little bit of oxygen never hurt anyone.
A lot of it, especially on fire, quite handy, but other than that...
A little bit doesn't, though. You know.
One hopes. Okay, see what I can do about these thrusters. What is my favorite Studio Ghibli movie? Castle in the Sky, hands down. I love Castle in the Sky, it's so nice.
I'm somehow
Such good
not
music
surprised.
as well.
Now, my favorite Ghibli movie is hands down Porco Rosso. Like,
I'm similarly not surprised.
yeah, no, it's a pretty obvious one when you think about it, and the way, even when you just think about the way I grew up in Italy, so like, there's a decent amount of shall we say cultural enjoyment there, as it were. But yeah, no, Porco Rosso was very much one of my favorites for quite a while.
Forward, center, back. Right. There we go. That's forwards and back. Up and down, left and right. Okay. Grand. This should be just enough thrusters to make this thing move. Fortunately, most of them are
wish you
large,
the
great,
best of
large,
luck.
so... Ooh. Let me look like components. I didn't put a projector on this either. I'm gonna have to move that over. Yeah, let me see. Castle in the Sky, I really enjoy because of like, there's a scene in like the core of the in the core of Laputa where it's like, this is we presume some kind of computer, and it's
Yeah.
literally just solid cubes levitating between positions, and that is really fascinating to watch. In fact, there was a point pre-Pistons where I suggested something similar from Minecraft.
I mean, pretty sure someone's made a mod for that.
I don't think anyone actually ever did.
No? I'd be very surprised if they did.
And we say there's a mod for everything, but that does not necessarily mean there is literally a mod for everything.
True. True.
specific ideas may not necessarily exist. To my knowledge, that hasn't. Also, I don't know exactly what, like, that scene is cool to look at, but I don't know that anyone would actually know what in the hell was happening in it.
True.
It's like my circle spells mods is like, okay, this is interesting. How do we put this to make sense to any human being?
My partner has been trying to get into hex casting recently.
Oh dear.
Which has been, from what I can tell, a bit of an enjoyment and a tribulation for them. In many different ways. Is going well, Jack Hammerswell. My apologies for forgetting to reply to your
Let me
message.
see. Then there was Kiki's Delivery Service is nice and sweet.
I've not actually watched that one. It's one of the ones that's on the list, but I haven't watched
Eternally. And then there's My Neighbor Totoro, but I feel like if you're like white, that's very predictable.
I haven't watched that one either.
I mean, it had the English dub of it had Dakota Fanning, so
Who?
it's like that. That's how like obvious it is an answer when you're when you're white. Talking about Ghibli movies.
I don't know who that is. I've got to be quite honest, lying.
Elle and Dakota Fanning, I think, were they voiced the two little girls in that for the English dub, which is perhaps
No
a
clue.
measure of how mainstream Ghibli was becoming at the time.
No clue. Absolutely none. In fairness, I don't really keep up with actors' names all the time, but yeah, no idea. Fine, I'm afraid.
Hey, more gold and platinum. Great. Well, I guess that means I'm not going to escape doing a mining trip with this stream.
Probably not.
Unsurprising, really. If we got coming in a BC Corp P100 Proton. Well, Tom Paris, there will be no Proton story today. I'm glad the seagulls enjoyed that as well.
God, bloody seagulls. They're a menace.
Well, I would contemplate doing a bit of piracy to get these first two components in, but that would require even more trouble. Should totally automate this cobalt, just connect to the materials side.
Oh, God. People have been informing me at length that at some point soon I need to watch Barbie.
I 100% knew that was the exact title you were going to name.
Yeah, I mean, I have been told no less than maybe 8 to 9 times in the past week that I must watch Barbie. And I don't know, I'm starting to think that the hype is gonna outlive the movie itself. So, it feels a little overhyped at this point for me.
Just a smidge, just a smidge.
Not very tenerific of you.
You haven't even watched it either!
Real Barbie's embodiment. You don't need to see it.
What does that even mean? Why are you... Come here! Come here! You
Come
rat
here
bastard,
stream
come
can't
here!
hear it. Get over here where a stream can hear it.
My partner, everybody, who's got Barbie on the brain, apparently.
I don't have Barbie on the front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ken on the front.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's fair, I guess. Good night, love. My partner, everybody. Wonderful human being. Gremlin of many, levels, I guess. He put, like, 10 levels in Gremlin at some point.
Well, as it turns out, I don't have a gold deposit anymore, so I have to take the rock hopper out to find one.
Sounds like a you problem.
Sounds like a problem caused by Lucian.
Yeah, a lot of problems are caused by me.
I think I still have one. Yes, I do. I might have heavily depleted that uranium. But... Oh, hello, person. How are you? You're rapidly closing into 3 kilometers from me, aren't you? I'm gonna hide behind this asteroid and hope you don't take notice of me. I am just a little rock hopper. I have literally one function, it's completely uninvasive.
Energy low.
I haven't just pointed the rock hopper into gravity. You know, I'm by nature its design, I'm just hopping between asteroids here, and I think I might have just aimed at one that's somewhat in gravity.
Critical.
It'll be very light gravity, at least. Well, 16 days of power and large thrusters, hopefully it's okay.
I mean, you're far enough away from the planet that I don't think it would really make a difference.
Remember that time I mapped, like, 30 asteroids and I still didn't find magnesium, I found cobalt once?
I mean, at least you found cobalt this time around.
Uranium. Still haven't found magnesium.
I mean...
Not once have I ever found
seems
magnesium
to be
so
the
far.
rarest thing. I've got to be honest.
It's not supposed to be. It's definitely not meant to be more rare than platinum and uranium.
I found it to be rarer in space. I don't know. Bit weird.
It's supposed to be relatively common.
Yeah, well. What space engineers tell you and what is true is two very different things.
Sure indeed. Something I would like space engineers to do is, currently, the grid automation lets you pick a reference beacon, which is good, except that it has 1 point to, like, use as a reference. So it doesn't know what orientation you are around that point. It's just assuming most of the time. I would like it to be able to accept between, like, 1 and, say, 3 points, so that you could actually, like, really narrow in exactly where it is. That would make my job of automating things a lot easier and a lot more reliable.
I can imagine.
I would still have to worry about orientation, but that's easily fixed by just having the ship move in a certain way. Here's ice and cobalt. But not gold. Just occurred to me, this thing has no automation either, so I'm gonna have to fly this back manually.
Good luck.
Eh. In space, most things are a straight line. Well,
Most.
in Space Engineer's space, most things are a straight line.
Yes. No.
In Kerbal Space Program, it's more of a curve, most commonly.
In fairness, in Kerbal Space Program, you don't occasionally just stop at the local asteroid to pick up some magnesium or something.
No.
In Kerbal Space Program, if you stop anywhere near an asteroid, you get hit by the asteroid.
Well, at least this is a straightforward process. Fly to an asteroid, ping the O detector, write down what was here, take another asteroid, off you go.
Yeah. It's mainly just time consuming. Yes.
Yep. I know in RimWorld, there is effectively an ore detector that you have to spend time at, and then it pings you for, hey, here's a deposit. Something similar to that, maybe, for Space Engineers would be nice.
Maybe.
So, like, you turn it on, and then it periodically spits out, like, there's an ore deposit probably over here. Doesn't necessarily even need to tell you what it is, but that would be nice, or give you, like, some hint.
There are auto miners, or auto miner mods, I should say, for Space Engineers, which work relatively well, but
yeah, I'm always averse to anything that completely trivializes a problem. But yeah, just something that meant that I didn't have to spend like 2 weeks trying to find magnesium. I could just know roughly where it is at the very least. Well, for sure. Why, thank you. This was a birthday present from Cameractal. Along with a pair, I think, of Bulbasaur shirts. Because people tend to know me for like one of two things these days.
Foxes or Bulbasaurs?
Pretty much.
You did kind of bring that on yourself, though. I've got to be honest.
To a degree.
I
brought the Bulbasaur on me. That's for sure.
You just kind of stumbled into the fox.
Yeah, I was assigned Fox.
You were assigned Fox. Yes, that is your persona. I don't actually know if that's true, but I'm assuming it is.
I literally just accidentally named one of my GPS coordinates here Asteroid Silver/Fox. Because, yeah. When you're typing and talking at the same time. Down. Good, I need to put headlights on this thing. Beginning to wonder. But yeah, I got known for foxes because people saw my witch character and started to associate it with the kitsune and whatnot. And that was just a really popular interpretation because, well, I guess foxes have a stereotype. And then I got associated with Bulbasaurs because Bulbasaur is my favorite Pokemon, quite genuinely. And at one point, and I don't know why, I had a dream.
A dream?
I had a dream.
In times gone by?
Of, like, pet care, but for Pokemon, and it was like, don't pick your Bulbasaur up by the bulb, that kind of thing.
Didn't you do a Tumblr post on that?
I did, yes.
You've done multiple of those, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that was the next thing,
Yeah.
is I did that. And then I did a few more, like, okay, this is a funny concept, I'll just do a couple more pieces. And then people started sending me asks on Tumblr, asking me for care tips for different Pokemon.
Hmm.
So I just sort of became the person that you ask for that. It's like, how do I take care of my Rayquaza? Well, first you have to explain to me how you captured God. There's things like, how do I take care of a Snorlax? You're going to need a wheelbarrow.
You're going to need a wheelbarrow.
Or Trapinch, you're going to want a sandpit, that kind of detail.
Hmm.
Or like, my Mighty Yenna is acting all really aggressive after the move, what do I do? That kind of detail.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is so fun to figure out.
Yeah, just...
How do
the-
I have Pokemon X in Suburbia?
Yeah. That, I mean, that is pretty interesting just to do as a little offhand thing. Just as, like, yeah, here's how you take care of X and Y Pokemon as a random little bit.
Yeah,
I
if
think
it wouldn't
that's
get me sued into oblivion, I'd almost think of making a book on it.
What?
If I wasn't certain that it would get me sued into oblivion, I would almost think
Hmm.
about making a book on it. Just like
Go
like
to,
the old
go
school.
to Nintendo and say, hey, can I do this?
Yeah, just like they're like way back in Gen 1, there was like a printed Pokedex, basically.
Hmm.
It'd be fun to do something like that with care tips instead of like battle information and such.
Hmm.
Which I love that I went into the lore, as it were. Like most of my care tips consist of going to their Bulbapedia page and then just reading through all the Pokedex entries for ideas. But it is canon in the realm of my like Poke Care posts that Pokemon battles are actually a thing. And it's
Wait,
like
what?
people keep Pokemon as pets according to my Poke Care posts, but they also do actually do Poke battles.
Hmm.
And like I have a whole section of like various recommendations and advices against for like Poke battling. Like you need, if you're going to have a fighting type, they do need to like go to the gym and whatnot to stay in shape because that's literally their biology. But make sure to like keep a med kit or something around because you know they're gonna get into fights and it's gonna be painful and the regulations do say you're supposed to have this stuff on hand, that kind of detail. It's just like what lovely world building I'm doing completely for free.
I require material plates.
Come on, asteroid, show me gold.
No gold for you. Only silver.
Actually, right now, show me literally anything, because I'm just traveling towards a black shape and I can't... Okay. Like, my spotlights aren't reaching far enough for me to see if I'm about to slam into the rock. This is a really big asteroid to have only one deposit.
Might be a really big deposit.
It's not how most of it's on the dark side. Ugh. It's like, I don't... The only way that I know that I'm, like, pointed at the asteroid is the absence of stars.
Inventory full.
Okay.
This is where I should put, like, a rotating light on the back of this thing. Just to give me, like, LiDAR.
Not
It's
sure
not a
there
very
is a
focused
big
laser,
deal
but it
about
should
that.
work. You good?
Yeah, it just fell through a project block.
Oh dear.
It's fine. It wasn't a major one. Just accidentally walked through it. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not built yet. Relatively sure there's a mod to make that visually clearer, but haven't looked for it yet.
Kidding me? This is a surface deposit as well?
Wow.
This entire asteroid has one deposit that is iron, and it appears to just be on the surface of it.
Hmm.
This whole thing is just rock, apparently. Wow. Talk about bad luck.
I mean, what can you do, really?
Drop a GPS coordinate and point to the next asteroid.
Pretty much.
Okay, it's not fully surface, but it's like 30 meters or so below the surface.
Hmm.
And then the rest of this whole thing is just rock. Wow. Wait, it's all rock? Always has been. On to the next. Where am I? About 21 kilometers or so. 2021. Oof. Quite a distance to grab stuff, but all the more reason to have a ship that'll just take an entire ore deposit at a time.
I mean, at least you don't have to worry about, like, using a jump drive or anything, because it's, like, speed unlimited.
Yeah, because that's a great idea.
Yeah, I don't know why that hasn't fixed itself. I've got to be honest. It's been very
for the
weird.
benefit of chat, what Lucian and I are referring to is that we added a speed unlimited mod, and then we removed it, and it's still here.
Somehow. I think it's something to do with the config for the game's world, that the speed mod literally altered. And then when I removed it, it didn't alter it back.
Yeah.
So at some point I'm going to have to look into the world config and take a look at it, or I just leave it as it is, and then when I eventually move us over to a different world, it'll be fixed. So, yeah.
Yeah, right now, my little rock hopper here with 2 large engines can make it to quite a lot of speed. And only, like, 3 marks here indicates nearly 100 meters per second, as opposed to most of the entire bar.
Yep. Personally, I have a preference for the relative top speed mod, which puts the upper limit at 300 meters a second.
But getting there is dependent on the mass of your ship and how much thrust it has?
Yes. Which is better than the first speed mod that I found, which was just speed. That's literally all it was called as well. It was just called speed on the workshop. And I looked at it and went, yeah, that'll do. Regretting that now. Regretting not looking into it a little bit more. But, you know, it happens.
Okay, this thing has iron. Does it have literally anything else? This is yet again another big rock.
Big iron rock.
Not even that, just a big rock.
Just big rock?
Oh goody, Orc Mech Boss Station.
Oh, lovely. That'll be fun.
Just under 10 kilometers from me.
Those ones will actually cause you trouble.
Well, from me right now, which is like 25 kilometers from the station.
Okay. I will be
Not to find
right
gold
back.
here, but please may there be gold.
I'm going to take a quick bio break.
Okie doke. I feel like I'm... This feels like I'm flying into, a scene from Star Wars. There's just gonna be a big worm coming out of this asteroid. And yep, this asteroid seems to be only iron as again. Ugh. Like, at least give me ice. Give me something here. More than just iron. Like, this is a massive rock, and you tell me there's only iron. This ore detector has a This ore detector has a range of 1.2 kilometers. I should be seeing more than just one iron deposit. Okay, well, mark it down. Heal. And pick another rock that doesn't have a GPS coordinate over it. Flee away from the mech boss station. Eek. What happened to that one? I swear for a hot second there, I got a red gradient on my screen. I have not taken any damage, I have no oxygen loss. Why do I swear I just saw that? Disconcerting. So let me see, yeah, I've been watching Reborn as a Vending Machine, which is surprisingly good. Way better than its concept would suggest. I have been watching Undead Murder Farce, which finished its first little mystery this past episode. That I would describe as a mixture of Gothic and Mushishi. Gothic was kind of a 19th century, like early 19th century mystery kind of solving kind of show, and then Mushishi was like dealing with various fantastical creatures, yokai, monsters, that kind of myths. So combine the two to get kind of Undead Murder Farce. And then I've also been watching The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again today, which is a show by much maligned studio Gohans, but which is actually really fun. It's just like, it's fairly laid back for the most part. And they've kind of dialed back on their worst excesses that have earned them their reputation. And The Gene of AI, which is especially up my alley, because it's about what are the philosophical, like, problems posed by sentient androids effectively existing in our society. As like things with equal rights and whatnot and everything. And I think the most recent episode touched on there are the sentient they're called humanoids, I think, but there's also robots, and these things are distinct in ways that are not very clear. So it's like there's like a rent-a-boyfriend kind of service that just provides you with a robot that is your boyfriend for a bit.
Okay.
As like it develops memories and whatnot, and it's perfect. It has a very well simulated personality and like reactions and responses and such, and cares for you seemingly. But it is, at least legally, not sentient. It does not actually experience emotions at all. And there's the question of is a perfect or a sufficiently good simulation of emotions not functionally indistinguishable from actually having emotions? That was the question posed by the last episode that I saw. It's just like, oh, this is totally my kind of show. I guess it's like Ghost in the Shell with less fighting. Is the simplest way to put it.
Fair enough.
Also, I think episode 2, either episode 2 or episode 3, features a trans character, and boy, were there certain parts of the internet that hated that. Not even a transhuman, like it was a transhumanoid. they were like an android that was trans. And the internet was still up in arms about it.
Of course they were.
Of course.
You can't have an internet without, I guess, inch of transphobia.
What's the show called? That particular one is called The Gene of AI. Gene is in genetics. And I think there was another show I was watching that's airing this season, which I ended up kind of dropping, called My Skill is OP Even at Level 1, which I started watching because it proposed an interesting problem, which is that a guy isekais into a video game world, and he literally cannot level up past level 1. Like, it is impossible for him. So all of his skills are basically absolute garbage, except that he has this one ability, the titular OP ability, that basically maxes out his like fortune stat, his luck stat in like getting drops. So he can get ridiculously rare drops and such, and he still has like absolutely garbage stats abilities. So he's like, he starts off with like a bamboo spear as the only weapon he can physically hold, because everything else is way too heavy for him or too unwieldy or whatnot. And that was interesting. I liked that. This notion of, okay, I need to find something that will drop something that will help me, but I need to then somehow figure out a way to kill it that will still count as me killing it so I can get the drop. And then in like episode 1, he discovers that in a certain dungeon, a fairly new one, that people have said nothing drops from, he goes, he kills something, he has maxed out luck stats on drop, so he gets a rare drop, and that rare drop is basically an ability point. So it increases his stat even though he's not leveling up. So, like, the first episode is mainly like, okay, how do I make money, bearing in mind I can't adventure normally because I am level 1 and everything will kill me. And it's like, okay, if I kill one low-level slime, I get, like, a whole ton of carrots to sell. Whereas other people got, like, really few or low-quality carrots, and that's interesting. Okay, good problem. And then by the end of, like, episode 2, he's, like, one-hitting a giant minotaur. Because he's just he's taken his, like, strength stat to max. And he's basically unkillable because he's maxed out his HP stat as well. Which is not as interesting.
So, I partially read, haven't finished it yet, mainly because finding places to read it is kind of weird. But I started reading a manga, I guess, called Journey of a Sword King, which is...
That rings a bell?
Probably does. It's about this dude who gets isekai'd into a video game-like setting,
fairly commonplace,
but gets stuck in the tutorial.
Right.
So he can't level up past level 1, because every time he goes through the end of the tutorial, he dies and gets reset back to the start. But he keeps the XP.
So he's not leveling up, but his XP bar is still going wild high.
Yes. And he gets stuck in the tutorial for years. And then one day, some random guy, or some random, like, god entity, looks at it, goes, oh, this guy's just stuck in the tutorial. Hold on, I'll just click this button. Out he goes, into the world. He goes out as level 1. He can't find anything that drops enough XP to level him up. But everything he fights gets obliterated because he's basically really high level while being at level 1. Because his XP bar has just kept filling up over the years of killing multiple harder and harder tutorial monsters.
That's not how XP works.
No, it's not.
That's not how being level 1 works.
No, it isn't. And I was like, okay, this has a weird premise. But it was kind of interesting, so I was like, I'll give it a go. It's an interesting manga, but it couldn't hold my attention when actually reading it, because I started reading it on Tapas, but Tapas had the problem of, okay, you've gotten X number of episodes in, now you have to pay. I'm like, no, I'm not going to pay. So I started reading it on other sites, which allowed me to read it without paying. And then those sites started disappearing, and I was like, I'm not that bothered to carry on this. So yeah, it looked interesting, but meh. Right, that needs. That is that needs to be loaded.
Check it out after stream. I've heard of that one. Yeah, like it is. Genie of AI. I would definitely recommend. There's been I'm watching a lot of very strong contenders for good shows this season. To the point actually where all of the current season shows I'm watching ended up in the mother's basement of things to watch this season. Which, okay.
Hey, Luca.
Yeah, like good to
Stopping
see you.
in for a self-care check, and then I'm gonna bail. You got tasks and duties with capital T's and D's. Wow.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. My tasks and duties include waiting for a drill to arrive tomorrow. That's gonna be fun.
Just sold a car? Ooh, congrats.
Ah.
Can it hold so much cargo?
I mean,
Did you slap the top of it? For emphasis?
That's an old meme line.
But a goodie.
Is it though?
Yes.
Is it though?
You knew it.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't mean it's good. In fact, I would say that counters the good part.
So it's the worst meme you've ever heard, but you have heard of it.
The
bet
airbags
you're
did
there.
not work. Oh.
No, you have to read that properly. The airbags did not work.
Okay, fair enough. Yes.
Come on, you're gay. You're supposed to get this.
I'm gay and I'm tired. I have an excuse. I've been attempting to assemble a desk for the entire day and my arms hurt. Although I got my desktop, by the way, Luca. I got my desktop. It looks beautiful. I now need a drill so that I can add the legs. So I ordered a drill off of Amazon.
If you wanted something drilled, you could just check Grinder.
You know, I didn't think of that, but that's probably not a half bad idea.
It's a social media full of dudes, for the most part. It probably has at least one person nearby with a drill that you can borrow.
I mean, probably. But also,
as long as you're upfront about it.
Okay, yes, fair enough. But also, the last guy who likely had a drill and was close by was also really nasty. Like, unpleasant person to talk to. So, maybe not. Maybe not. What am I looking at here? I am looking at the Willis Duct sections.
I am just watching space go by as I try to map and find a gold deposit so I can finish enough of the thrusters to get the rest of this thing going.
Fair enough.
This is a very familiar problem, Lucian.
Yeah?
It's weird, I could have sworn I sorted this.
Which problem? There are many.
Identifying a deposit so that I can do something.
Oh, that problem?
I swear
no.
there was a point where I
that's gonna
searched
be a
for
constant
a ticket.
problem line.
I mean, it wasn't a constant problem before you shifted my space station 200 kilometers.
No, that's a constant problem regardless of which save we're in. As long as you're around me, I'll always cause problems.
I'm in space. I tried, deliberately got away from you, and I'm still encountering this problem. Ugh, silicon. I can literally get that from the rocks.
From the rocks, from the rocks. Everything you want, you can get from the rocks.
What song is that?
That was a weirdly sounding Space Engineers cover of what's the song? It's the, I think it's the, is it Beyonce? Her breakup song, Everything You Own in a Box to the Left?
Oh, right.
Yeah. I don't precisely remember. I've got to be honest, it's been a while.
Oh. Where's my station?
Bill Planet, why are you empty? I literally just... Oh, there we go.
Okay, where actually is my station? Because I don't see the GPS marker. My orbital base marker is on. Just not seeing it for some reason.
I can see it.
I'm having. Oh, there it is. Okay, found it. It's right. It's hidden right behind a trio. That's
Hmm.
why. Okay. Well, I'll try and pick another asteroid to go to that is a little closer than this one. I can't even see what the distance to it is because it's just hidden behind those other markers at this stage. But those are about 18 kilometers, so it can't be much further than that, right?
Should
Probably.
be, if it's grouping them, it'll either be relatively close or
It's
directly
grouping
on the map.
3 of them, and then there's the other one.
Oh.
So I
Okay.
can't actually see really what range is on that. I think it's like 18 kilometers away from here.
Hmm.
That's enough. Ugh. Makes me think of how's the cargo space, car no go space, cargo road. Yeah. Good memes, good memes.
Okay, game, you literally did not grab any of that, did you? Oh.
I mean, it could be worse. I'm still not what's up. Well, no, I still don't know entirely what's up with my event controllers up here. At least if you have a problem in that regard, it doesn't start filling up your entire inventory and using all your resources.
I mean... Yeah, but in fairness, I haven't automated everything, so...
Your loss.
I mean, honestly, it's not been that much of a problem for me, so... Hey, game, I'm literally... Okay, you're gonna be annoying about this. Okay, got it.
Ember don't use anything modded, right?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so I should be fine as long as they're more than like a kilometer away.
Probably.
Okay. Just asking for no evident reason whatsoever.
You gonna go gliding past one?
Possibly. I see an escort drone and a patrol drone.
I mean, there's a difference between being a tough target and being a modded target, though.
Yes. A very profound difference, in fact.
Energy critical.
Like, most tough targets, the station doesn't really care about at this stage. Because it has, like, 6 railgun barrels to shoot at them, plus a whole bunch more. But the orcs can shoot further than vanilla weapons can reach,
Yep.
or even register for that matter. Is this just another... Yeah, this is just another rock with an iron deposit, it seems.
I believe Imber is a splitsy mod, yeah. Man. I don't quite remember though, gotta be honest. Oh, goodness. Oh god, that reminds me, I have to look into adjusting my epidemic sound license.
I should expect so. We are currently in a pandemic, after all.
No, essentially Epidemic Sound updated their thing to be like, okay, now you're going to have to pay like £15 a month for our license. But they've done a thing where the yearly license is the same as what I was previously paying, so I'm gonna have to update it so that I pay by year instead of by month.
I had an interesting experience recently of waking up to find out my account was overdrawn by about 100 quid.
Ooh. Ouch.
Took me a bit to find out exactly why, and apparently I have been subscribed to McAfee since like 2015,
Ooh.
and they just decided to like charge me for it.
Yuck. Unpleasant.
Yeah. So then I had to go on the phone and argue with them, like, hey, I would like to cancel this, please. And eventually, after like 4 different attempts by them to just sell me on something that was cheaper, but still with them, I got it not only cancelled, but refunded. So yay.
Ooh, that's good.
But, and this feels like really a tax on the poor, because the payment from the charge for that put me into overdraft, and the refund would take like a few days, I'm still going to get charged for using my overdraft.
Ooh.
So because at a random point of the month I didn't have like 100 quid in my bank account, I'm now getting charged like 5 quid.
Yuck.
Completely outside of my own
I'm kind of glad
responsibility.
that my account does not have an overdraft. So if something doesn't go through, it just automatically cancels.
There's that, but then also there's a lot of points in time where I just don't have the money that I need right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I will. So
Yeah, no, I get that.
It's a safety net, even if it does cost me.
Yeah, I mean, my safety net is my savings account.
I wish I had one. I have a savings account. It's just not. It's not remotely a safety net anymore. These days.
No, that's fair. Like, what used to be a savings account is now just empty, basically, these days.
Yep.
Like, I basically most of the money for my new desk came out of my savings account, and now there's maybe £300 left in there. It's not good.
I don't even have that much. I think it's like 45 quid in my savings these days.
I mean, in fairness, like, that's £300 out of a £3,000 inheritance.
Fair.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good.
I don't think I even have any relatives that could give me such.
Well, my granddad died, so, you know.
Yeah.
It happens. My savings account used to be the overdraft buffer, but my bank changed it so that you still get an overdraft charge even if there's money in the savings to cover it.
Oh, that's not good.
Ugh. That's
terrible.
unpleasant. That is rude.
Yeah, absolutely drop that bank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Nationwide, and actually Nationwide has been pretty decent overall. Like, they're not the best that you could probably go with, like, if you're thinking investments and savings wise, but they're not. Okay, I say they're not out to steal all your money, but
I mean, all banks are after that. Let's be
they're
real.
all after that, but they're not. They're not outright after stealing all your money.
They're at least like discreet about it.
Yeah, they're at least discreet about stealing your money. They don't do it outright. Yeah.
Oh, that's uranium and silicon. That's at least somewhat more valuable, but I need gold to be able to make firster components to be able to do anything right now.
Sounds about right.
I don't really want to be powering a heavy miner with just hydrogen.
I mean, you probably could.
I probably could, except it would then mean that it could run out of it could run out of fuel before it runs out of power.
True.
And you give it reactors that'll mean it'll have power for days when at least at rest, but I can't generate hydrogen on the fly.
True.
So
Yeah. That reminds me, I need to add collectors to this thing so that we can get a decent amount of hydrogen in.
like I can set up a whole ice refining process, I guess, on the ship, but that's just even more stuff to deal with.
Yeah. That's fair.
For a utility ship, ions are best, I think, under most circumstances. Rule of thumb.
Mhm. I mean, well, that depends whether you need your utility ship to be in and out.
Also true. Yes. Rule of thumb: most space utility ships, at the very least, are going to just run on ions, I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
And ions are just convenient in a similar fashion that I think the atmospherics are, which is you stick them somewhere and you're done.
That is fair. I like my hydrogens because one, they are smaller than either either ions or atmospherics.
Glebe, good to see you.
Hey Glebe, welcome, raiders. We are constructing tonight the Carina class.
You are attempting to construct. I'm attempting to find gold.
This is true. This is true.
Oh, hello. That's a first. I have identified a deposit of magnesium.
Oh, congrats.
It is a tiny, tiny pocket, but it is there.
Well, I mean, something's better than nothing, right?
Yes, but if I wanted something better than nothing, I would have just looted you while you were moving my space station, which I did.
I mean, yeah, you did, so... Technically speaking, still something's better than nothing.
Well, this is absolutely worth marking. And it's next to some cobalt. Yeah, this is like... This is... You know when you dump out a large amount of rock from your inventory and it forms a ball?
Yes.
This thing is like maybe 4 or 5 times the size of that.
Oh, that's not big at all. Ooh.
That's how big this rock is. That has magnesium in it.
Well, better than nothing.
Hmm. At least it's next to some cobalt.
I suppose.
See, Parallax Uban Tide Mark II, 14 kilometers away. Should not pose an issue.
Yeah, currently the vessel that I've designed is, for the most part, pressurized and has 3 bedrooms in it so far. There were going to be more, but I haven't built them yet. So.
Well, and a much bigger asteroid with another magnesium and some cobalt. This is where this is apparently where all the magnesium was hiding.
I mean, all our magnesium is hiding under the ocean. So.
Yeah, that's easy to get to. Just go swimming.
Not that easy. Crush depth and all that.
Never heard of it.
Yes, indeed.
Actually, we have literally never built a submarine, so
No, we haven't.
I've genuinely never actually like had to worry about crush depth at all.
That is true. It's true.
More magnesium and cobalt? Yep, this is just the land of magnesium and cobalt over here. Some 30-odd kilometers away from my station. Thanks, Lucian.
Well, you know. Had to make it difficult for you.
Again.
Again, yes. Run out of height.
Wonder if that means that these more kind of clumped asteroids contain rarer materials then.
Perhaps.
Or at least that's the pattern I'm seeing so far. At least now I know where to get some magnesium in the case I run out of the stuff I stole from you.
Energy
I am
low.
pondering
Oh.
a possible pair up for teams for that TVTVT scenario that we've been pondering about.
TVTVT.
Team versus team versus team.
Okay, because I am used to like T4T, and that's a very different meaning.
No, we're not on Grinder, lying. We're not. No.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
But no, I've been pondering the possibility of. So you know how I said essentially the idea was each team would be 2 creators and then 3 community members.
I don't recall it being arranged that way, but possibly.
Well, it was one of the suggestions that I put forward in the content creator channel.
More magnesium.
And I was thinking to myself, we could do something like me and Elfie on one team.
Does
Barrel-
the space engineers?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, they will once they get their new computer up, which I am helping them build. So yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking me and Elfie on one team with a few community
Energy
members
critical.
from the Ghost Industries community. Basically, me as captain, Elfie as second in command. Then Barrel and Glebe on a second team as a possibility.
Who are you pairing me with in this scenario?
I don't know yet. I was wondering if you had any suggestions.
I mean, could we get Splitsy? Or is that putting...
Ooh.
Given that we
Um,
remembering how our build battle scenario went, I feel like you should probably put me with Elfie just so you stand a chance.
No, I think me and Elfie will work well together.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that we could get Splitsy. I mean, we could try. I get the feeling that if I paired you with Splitsy, you would build a world ender. But you know,
Quite definitely, yes. But I also might do that anyway.
you might do that anyway. So what the heck?
I'll just build like a single capital ship that just like spits out an absolute massive swarm of drones.
Well,
Crash the server before I reach you.
what we were considering for the rules of engagement, as it were, is everyone, but all teams get a space station, and all teams get a large grid rover, but no one is allowed a large grid flying vehicle.
If we have a space station, how do we use a rover?
You deploy it from the space station using small grid thrusters and land it on the planet below, where is the only resource deposit for magnesium. Thusly engaging a war over the stuff to make weapons. As a possibility. That was my thought, anyway.
Yep. Nope.
You alright, Lion?
Nope. But I'm
No?
gonna be home now. So there's that.
Oh. Oh no. Did you just
Oh,
get
there goes the
shot?
rock hopper.
Well, at
There
least
goes
the rock hopper isn't hard to build.
No, it isn't. Except that I need gold to make the thrusters.
Oh. Oh dear. Oh no.
Yeah. Which I still haven't found.
Hmm.
All of these asteroids checked. Still no gold.
Okay. Well, we might have to bring some up to you, if we can find some.
You not got any?
I don't actually know. We might have some, but I don't know. We have silver. I know that for sure.
Oh yeah, I got
We
that.
have magnesium, iron, nickel, silicon, cobalt. I don't know that we have any gold. I'm not sure. At least I haven't gone out scouting far enough to find.
Thankfully, it at least doesn't take gold to make elite tools.
Hmm.
That would really suck. Found no gold after traveling over 1,000,000 kilometers, then all of a sudden a single asteroid that was made of gold, seemingly. I haven't gone that far, but I've gone pretty far. Also, we just now identified the first deposit of magnesium I've been able to find in space. So, yay. Alright, do I have a small ship? A miner. Well, the miner has... I think... Does this have an ore detector on it? Cobalt has an ore detector, but it only reaches 300 meters.
Hmm.
And if I lose the cobalt, then I'm not going to struggle to mine the gold I find anyways. Ugh. I'm blaming you.
For what? I didn't do anything this time.
This time?
This time, yeah. I recognized my previous faults, thank you very much.
What were they?
I don't know, I can't remember.
Ay.
I recognize that they existed. I don't remember what they were.
fill in everything but the thrusters, at least. But the thruster components.
Hmm.
I suppose that's something.
Hmm.
It's not going to go anywhere. And I have to dismantle something else to make another rock hopper.
Now, I did warn you about the risks of space when you first left. All those.
I distinctly
ago.
recall that the so-called risks that you highlighted were getting shot out of the sky, not total absence of vital components.
I mean, yeah, but you did just get shot out of the sky, didn't you?
Yes, but not because not because the enemy was dangerous, but because I was looking for the materials that I need to survive.
Hmm. Still kind of count.
Just a tiny little drone that picked up on me from like over a kilometer away.
Yeah, it happens. Ooh.
You good?
Yeah, just dropping down random holes because I can't see through the projection properly.
Now, before I turn that off for the time being.
Yeah, I'm about to actually, because I need to weld up a bunch of stuff now that I've put it into place.
Okay, that's just missing a thruster component. That's missing more things. I feel like one of the most annoying things that happens when you die is that your flashlight turns off.
Either that or when you respawn at a non-dampener area and your dampeners just are off. That's also
Right, yeah. Well, every stream I take the rock hopper out, it dies. Eventually. That seems to be its curse.
In fairness, you do manage to explore a decent amount before that happens, but it is an unarmed tiny ship, so...
Yeah. It's purely a holding mechanism for a large grid ore detector. That is it.
Yeah.
That is its only function.
And it's relatively cheap to construct, realistically.
Other than the gold right now.
Other than gold, yeah.
It's always the resource that you think isn't a problem that suddenly becomes a massive problem.
Hmm.
So far I have one thruster working on this, which is probably not a wise amount to take out for mining anything.
Probably not.
Assuming that everything else on this doesn't require gold.
Hmm.
Dear God, imagine.
I don't want to.
Yeah, me neither. I don't even have a single axis worked for here. Hell, what does gold go into besides thruster components? Superconductors?
A decent amount of other things, I think. Superconductors, definitely. Not sure.
Large steel tubes at 47%. Ah, that'd be why. Because the metal grid's overflowed. Probably have the resources to make that at least not happen, but that's a lot of sorters to add.
That's a lot of power cells. I was commenting earlier that I kind of regret the inventory size that I've set this world to.
Oh.
It feels just that little bit too small. And I'm relatively sure it's not even set to realistic. I'm thankful for that because realistic inventory size is tiny.
Oh, yes, sir. I literally just emptied the large steel tubes inventory, and the event controller still says that it has nearly 50%.
Takes a while to update, I've found.
Now it says it's at 0, but it hasn't updated its output. What?
Oh.
Energy low.
Let's reset to.
I'm gonna need some more time. Yes, I am. Need a bunch
I mean,
more.
same. There's a lot of batteries in this thing.
Yeah.
Because I figured it needed it to not fall over whenever the drill activated.
Yep.
I have a discreet sense that my my headlamps are not exactly as powerful as they maybe should be in times. Pointing at the dark side of the miner, and it's still pitch black.
Well, you know. You do what you can. I've got to be honest, the spotlights and headlamps in Space Engineers do not feel particularly powerful.
Fuel.
Honestly,
Yeah.
they feel very underpowered a lot of the time.
Yeah, I would tend to agree there.
Critical.
In the EEM mod at the time, it had some odd spawns for me.
Energy.
Well, we've had an interesting situation with spawns here as well, actually.
Yeah, none of them spawn on the planet, which is...
Which is where you and Farrell have been exclusively.
Yeah, it's really irritating, actually. Because I'm the one who kind of wants to beat up some stuff. So,
Whereas I just want to be here and build.
yeah.
Instead,
We've
we've
kind
got our
of
roles
gotten the
reversed.
opposite end of the stick, basically.
It's a Reaver Piercer. Yeah. Let's see if it stands a chance. My bet is probably not. But yeah, Chad, if you didn't see the stream where I first built the Rockhopper to try and identify some ores, it succeeded in finding uranium, and then it tried to dock with the station and got cut in half completely by a Reaver ship.
Fun times.
Yeah. So I think the running gag, I guess, is every time the Rockhopper has to leave the station, it just gets destroyed.
Yeah, it's dispensable as a ship. Hey, Lydia. Welcome.
Mango and pineapple smoothie tonight. Yes.
Fancy.
Oh. Oh, I didn't... Oh yeah, that was the bullets, alright. The Reaver has been engaged, and is already venting plasma. Oh! Shot right down the middle.
Ouch.
Oh, that's a Gatling turret floating away.
We're sipping some Captain and Coke today. That is an
Energy
interesting
critical.
combination. I didn't know you could put a Captain in Coke. But alright.
Really struggling to see the bullets here, but... Station does seem to be tracking this thing. And it is taking damage.
Right. Oh, so it's a rum and Coke. I see.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, shield's fine. No concerns. Oh, and it's now basically stationary and dying. Right. That was running on hydrogen, so unfortunately I don't think it has any thruster components for me to steal.
Probably not.
Ugh. Couldn't be reasonable and just give me something.
Don't think that's how it works, Line.
It could be how it works.
Yeah, but I don't think it is.
Be nice.
Hmm.
Be polite.
Hmm.
Doesn't look like there's anything. Pity.
Speaking of the TVT stuff, Line, what? Because we're thinking everyone's going to have their own starting space station. What style of space station would you want to start in?
Well, let's see. I've got this space station, which is very industrial, kind of buildery.
Okay, but
Kind
bearing
of-
in
kind-
mind that
Sorry.
bearing in mind that there are like specific block limitations in that you're only starting with the basics, as it were.
Yeah, this I would not say constitutes the basics.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have the Vagabond station, which was a kind of like pressurized dome and then 4 gantries that various things could dock to. And then this one is a lot more of an industrial approach to things.
Yeah. But like overall style, what would you be thinking? sci-fi, industrial, steampunk.
I am quite fond of industrial, I will say.
Hmm.
Having stretched my legs a little bit with this particular station and going industrial, it's not a bad looking style, and it works quite well with the sort of blocky nature of space engineers all the time.
That's fair. Okay. Because I've been giving a go at designing the base starting stations for this TVT sort of thing.
That we
Farrell
haven't confirmed.
requested a space train,
Right.
and I'm not really sure where to go with that for a station.
What if it's just we're starting with the basics, then what if you designed, like, a carriage from a steampunk station, and we all ended up... Maybe we're all, like, we're all descended from factions that split from a train in space of some description that just, like, broke apart. We're all in our separate carriages.
Not a
Snowpiercer, essentially.
Snowpiercer in space.
Yeah. That's not a bad,
Not
that's
a
not
bad
a bad
idea.
concept.
What I'd originally thought of was like the Farrell station, essentially a space train that had crashed into an asteroid and then had been retrofitted to turn into a space station. For my station, I was going to go with something like diesel punk, sort of like a recon outpost spire sort of thing, but I wasn't happy with what I ended up designing, so...
Yeah.
What I
Clue
was
of lying
gonna
style that most hints of the presence of xenomorphs. Yeah, just give me a Sevastopol station, I'll be fine.
What I was thinking for your station was essentially making, like, giving you that large sort of central build area, and then having along the sides of it the various sort of like crew quarters and construction areas and stuff. So having that nice large, shall we say, octagonal construction area in the middle. And the way I'm designing, or I'm thinking of designing these, is having a large build area for the construction of the rover, and then a small build area for the construction of shuttles and that sort of thing. So yeah. But I don't know. It's all up in the air, all random ideas.
Yeah.
Until
Right
we-
now we don't have a verified participant list to begin with.
Well, no, we don't. But Farrell, you and I are up for it, I think.
I feel like Farrell and I don't have much choice in the matter, because if you decide to stream it, it's what we're going to be streaming.
I mean, no. You do get a choice. If you guys decide not to stream, or not to participate, that's up to you. And I don't really have a... Like, I'll probably end up going to other people if you guys don't want to do it. And field some other people and some other ideas. Like, it's up to you guys as to whether or not you want to join in. But I won't force you, that's for sure. Like, I would never do that.
No, you'd never force me into a situation that made me uncomfortable. Never.
You brought that D&D character trauma on yourself.
I didn't bring the spiders on me.
No, that's true. But you didn't have to fight the spiders, so there's that.
No, I just had to sit for you describing them and moving them around the map.
Mm-hmm. Lydia says the spiders were cute.
No, they weren't. That is inconceivable. It cannot be. Spiders are not possible to be cute.
I think spiders can be cute in their own way.
Nope.
I don't want them anywhere near me, but I think they can be cute in their own way.
Nope. A xenomorph can be cute. Spiders, no.
I don't know about that one, G.
But the xenomorph that you spend most of the time with in like Alien Isolation is it just behaves like a stroppy teenager. Like, it is effective in its design, very effective in its design. But for me personally, who is very hard to scare, it just comes across as a strawberry teenager to me, which is so fun.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Lying has a point, yes. I feel like my chat's pretty biased here.
Possibly.
And then there's the Queen, who I think constitutes a MILF.
No.
If the internet has told me anything, it's that the Xenomorph Queen does constitute a MILF.
No, I don't. I don't think she does. I don't think she does. Thank you very much. I don't think that's correct.
There's definitely parts of the internet that would disagree with you.
I know there are. I don't want to go anywhere near those parts of the internet. Thank you very much. Oh boy. The interior of the ship is slowly but surely getting more and more welded.
Alan, why are you bonking me? You know I'm right. At its core, Aliens is about, like, single mothers fighting for their children.
Sure.
I'm not wrong.
I mean, I guess? Not how I would usually describe it, but sure.
That would be all of these steel plates put into these. Hooray! That is the entire hangar armor plating. At least present.
Oh, the other thing I need to do is figure out where the assemblers are going in this ship. I keep forgetting about that.
Yes.
And I need to figure out the
Problem is the F in MILF. I mean, there will definitely be some preg in that equation. Just might not be her. I guess the Xenomorph Queen could be described as a dummy mommy in that regard.
No! Lying! No! Not on my stream!
I'm
on
saying
my
this on my
stream.
stream. Malin, you asked. You've got points to spend, so you're just spamming bonk as quickly as you can. Well, another Reaver. Invader this time, don't tell me. All hydrogen.
Probably. Most of the Reapers are hydrogen based by the look of it.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. Oh no, there are some ions on this.
Oh.
Ooh. Might get lucky.
Hopefully
Won't be
they
nearly
don't
enough to get this
blown
spider
off
running.
by your weaponry.
Oh, they absolutely will. This is a teeny ship. It's going to die. If it comes here, it's going to die. But, dream.
Perhaps.
Do happen to have an excess of metal grids right now, so I guess I'll start filling in some other bits. Which would be a lot easier with some sunlight right now.
A lot of things would be a lot easier with sunlight.
I need to put more lights on this station, just so I have an idea of my relation to it. As soon as the light goes out, I can't see a thing. Except for the glowing green of all the sorters.
At some point, I'm gonna have to disconnect this ship and then move it forward. That's funny. I will build everything at the front first, and then I'll build the back.
Yes.
Completely diametrically opposed to how I built the last ship, which was everything at the back first and then the front. Maybe that will actually encourage me to finish this ship.
Maybe. What do we find the odds to be, chat?
Low.
Hey, Lydia. Rolls in. Bonks rolls out. Okay. Look, I can't help it that there is a great deal of, like, horny vibe, I guess, just built into the Xenomorph canon.
No, I don't think that there's a great deal of horny vibe built into the Xenomorph canon. I think there's a great deal of horny vibe built into everything relating to Xenomorphs in fandom.
You do realize that they were designed by H.R. Giger, right?
Yes.
There was like one thing that he did really damn well, and it was the only thing that he did.
I mean, yeah, but still. You can't deny that there's a lot of horny vibes in the entire Alien fandom.
Like, there's an entire scene in the original's Alien, which is like, hey, wouldn't it really suck to be raped? Let's do that without actually raping anyone in the classical sense, anyways.
Ugh.
Like exposing a man, for instance, to it. Like, then, and then there's eggs. There's the queen. There's the involuntary impregnation.
Ugh.
And how it destroys the host. Like, it can hardly be surprising that there is horny in the Xenomorph fandom.
I mean, yes.
It's
That's
baked
fair.
in.
It is kind of baked in. Also, I don't want to think about that. Gotta be honest.
Energy low.
What's that? How does this have steel plates? How does this have metal grids but no steel plates? That's weird.
Oh.
I mean, there are some places around here that still need some steel plates. Dangerous Reaver encounter, 4 kilometers away. Well, there's a dangerous Reaver 4 kilometers also away from me. Don't gotta worry about it. Anywho, how's the desk?
The desk is
Inoperable
still under
currently.
construction, Lydia. It is currently lying on my partner's exercise mat behind my shitty little desk. Because I have one leg on and kind of screwed in, but I gave up after 8 screws took 2 days to install. And now I'm just waiting on a drill that is arriving tomorrow. So yeah, that is the desk situation at the moment. I am waiting on a drill to arrive via Amazon. It was a cheap £12 drill, but it'll do the job, hopefully. All I need are a couple of holes.
Ah.
Shut up.
Didn't say anything.
I know, but I could hear you thinking it.
Don't know what you're talking about, Gov.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, another Reaver coming in. What's this one? An Invader.
Fuel low.
Oh, is it the same Invader?
Fuel
Be the same
critical.
Invader. Yes it is. Okay, is it gonna pick us up? Am I gonna get delivered some thruster components, hopefully?
We shall see.
I think it's passing by. Damn.
Well, when I venture up there with the Carina, we can go out hunting, shall we say.
Hunting.
Sure.
Well, as long as I can't work on any other ship, I might as well work on filling in this armor plating.
Let's see. 1, 2. Is this one? No. 3, 4. 8 more batteries.
Oof.
Oh boy, that's a lot. Okay.
That is a lot.
This entire power core is surrounded by 24 batteries total. And that's just around the power core. Now we'll find the other batteries that are spread throughout the ship. I looked at it and went, we could do with making sure that we can keep things running. Thank you, Dragon Reaper, for the posture check. There goes my back.
For once I'm on Lucian's side. Hey!
Who's on my side? Why?
Madeline.
Why is Madeline on my side? What did I miss? Because that's usually a bad place to be, I've got to be honest.
Wow.
It's true! You should know that!
I think it's in regards to the xenomorphs still.
Ah.
Xenomorph queens.
Fair enough.
Oh, you mean the discussion of how xenomorph queen constitutes a dummy mummy?
Shut up, lying! God damn it. Awful. 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 Absolutely awful. I'm smiling, but still.
You're smiling, but it's still awful.
Yes.
Alright.
I can't, Lydia! Lying's on the other side of the planet to me! I'm sorry, I wish I could. Oh.
Let's see if I can add some lights in here to help. Anything. Yes, I can. Good. Just adding a few lights to the station interior so that I can actually tell which way up I am.
Up is relative.
Yes, but when you're working on an actual structure, it helps to have at least a decent knowledge of which direction it mostly is.
That's fair.
How about the inset lights that now exist? I will say these lights so far are not doing very much.
Hmm.
Construction components only. Grab 100 of those, and then I should be able to get some of these lights working. And if I color them, I can tell which way is up. Just which way is intended to be up.
There we go. That's almost all this stuff ready. Ah, okay. 8 more batteries, and then we're good.
I don't like that I just did some welding and I picked up some scrap.
Hmm.
And I don't know where.
Something took damage.
Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, these lights really don't do much. I mean, I shouldn't be
Yeah.
too surprised that for interior more than anything else, but
Try the... Hold on. Where is it? What's it? Try the area light.
oh, this is a modded thing.
Yes.
Uh,
It'll work, trust me. Just turn it all the way up.
I'm sure it will, I just don't know if I want it.
Look, it's a half block light. And it works. And it works really well.
Hmm. It has a... okay, it does have a control panel that works on it, okay.
Yes.
It's like I'm struggling to actually use that for a bit. Okay, so the range of the corner lights is 10 meters. The radius of the area light is 100.
Yes.
Hmm. Whereas I just need, like, 30.
Yeah, but as I said, it'll work.
I don't know. That feels garish.
I mean, in green, yeah, it will. leave that one. Let's have a look at new power cells for now, and I'll start loading up some other stuff in the meantime.
The interior light has a radius of 20 meters, whereas the corner light is 10.
Yeah, the corner light is the least effective thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's just a little odd.
Why?
Just I would have expected something called interior would have like less range to it.
I guess. Like, I've always found the corner light to be useful as, like, emergency lighting. And that's about it. It's not very strong.
Yet it fits into the most convenient places.
Yeah. That is, if you have space to put it in. Which,
Yeah,
surprisingly enough, a lot of the time, I don't.
well, I guess if you're on a really tight budget, you probably are using the passage lights and stuff.
I guess. Like, it's annoying that Space Engineers doesn't have compound blocks, because it would solve so many things.
God, yeah.
It really would. I know that I am preaching to the choir on that one, but it really would solve so many things.
There. Now I've at least got some semblance of which way is up or down.
Congratulations.
Red or green, standard coloring.
Huh. Okay, that's going to be a little confusing, but cool.
Green is good. Good is upwards, isn't it?
Well, no, it's just red and green are port and starboard. As well.
Oh?
So, red and green, to me, would represent left and right.
So what is up and down on a ship?
Dry
Dry and wet?
No. Up and down, I believe, are blue and white. So, like, white for up, blue for down. Because water is down.
Energy low.
Why do these pipes read as being off? Like, not... They're red. Why do these pipes read as red?
They might be disconnected from the station.
No, they're perfectly in place. If I look at... Oh. I can't see the rest of the station from this turret. That is a problem. How's that happen? I also can't see the rest of the station from the piston.
I guess it's been disconnected.
How?
It might have... The hinge might have gotten shot.
Hinge
Although,
and hinge part
for
of
me,
fine.
that entire pipeline shows as green, so I'm not sure.
It might just be
Might-
blindside
might
then, I
just
guess.
be a bug.
It is
I don't know.
weird and annoying.
A lot of things are.
Yep. Is incomplete over here. What's this? Oh, one of the brackets is off. Like, guess I never finished that one. Oh well. Unfortunately, the only place I could put interior lights on in here is the armor plating, which, prefer not to. I could put the, I could put the area lights, but, can prefer not to.
I mean, you could do the corner lights on the like on the diagonals.
Corner lights on the diagonals.
Fuel critical.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
How would I do that? There is literally no place where they would fit here.
I mean, I'm assuming you mean on the interior, right?
Yes.
So yeah, just like on those little slots, you can put a corner light. I think that's a connecting point, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
Maybe my memory is finished.
The neon tube might work, though.
Oh.
Let's see. I don't have an interior plate on me, but it might work. So what have I got on me? 24 construction components. Let's see if that's enough to put in some more light. Need to consult my own lighting so that I know if I'm right way up.
I do not remember the control of this pressurization. It has 1 of 6 faces sealed. That's irritating. Okay.
Oh.
I was gonna use it as a possible sealing block, but it won't seal. So,
Unfortunate.
But sure, these timer blocks are fully sealed, even though they have a bunch of gaps in them. Why not?
Weirder things in the world, surely?
Weirder things in space engineers, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Now, the pressurization system for space engineers is bad.
Yeah. Are space engineers ever meant to have gases?
In fairness, I wouldn't be surprised if Marek's vision didn't include oxygen for the player.
Imagine. That was a really inopportune moment for the sun to be rising over here. Because while I'm trying to calibrate these light panels. I think that's good enough, though. Yeah. I can tell which way is up or down, I can see where all the ships are. That'll probably suffice.
Probably. Okay. Let's see. I need to finish welding the rest of these batteries, and then I can turn the projection back on and start construction on other stuff.
Okay, back to the thing. Little hefty, come on. Careful, Kobolds. The station is a lot stronger than you are. Or at least the energy shield means it is. Go, line up, turn dampeners off, shift to the right, off, job done. Work smarter, not harder, as we say in the programming biz.
Indeed.
I say not that I've ever been hired for it.
I mean, you technically work in it regardless, but...
I feel like work implies I get paid for it.
Well, yeah.
Which, only very technically do I get paid for my programming streams.
Maybe you could be one of those, I don't know, Patreon exclusive modders.
How many of those exist these days?
From what I hear, quite a few actually. Releasing early access builds through Patreon, and then never updating, essentially. So that their early access stuff is the only stuff that exists.
I know Fuzz had the suggestion to me recently that I should try to become a video essay YouTuber.
Not a terrible idea, I guess.
Oh, well, the problem was I couldn't think of anything that I could actually talk about at length.
I can think of multiple things. One of which is anime.
There's already enough bearded white AMAB anime YouTubers.
I guess.
I think. The internet is replete with those. I might be among the gayest of them, but I probably would not be unique. Xenomorphs? It should not surprise anyone that there's also a lot of people that talk about xenomorphs already.
Probably. Okay. Right. Time to back my work and then to project it back on.
Fuzz did suggest that I could be a horror video essay YouTuber, which I have
I could
already
see
done
that.
a series that did that. And the end result was nobody watched any of the stories any of the movies I recommended.
I mean,
Fuel low.
that's not your
Quite
fault.
famous.
That's just people with bad taste.
Fuel
I mean, they kept coming
critical.
back for me.
As I said, people with bad taste. I am kidding. Only people with good taste watch you like.
And the world is a gutter.
That is also true. I mean, it kind of is, though.
Oh,
The
yeah,
world
that's
is,
a lot more atmospheric, actually, now with the dark in there. Oh. Hangar looks much prettier.
Yeah, not bad. Not
Very
bad.
basic lighting, but I think it works.
Yeah. Still need to weld up all those armor packs. But, yeah.
Well, I'm working on that.
Fair enough. I do wish we had a central diagonal armor panel.
Yeah, that'll be something.
Because we have a central flat one now.
Hmm. Let's see, Incon Gremlin, 5 kilometers out and closing. Do your worst,
You
Gremlin.
know,
We have the power of
if none
armor
of
plating.
the small ships were in here, the Carina just might fit.
Yes, I believe that the don't panic would have fit as well, but it still wouldn't have been a
the
good
don't
idea.
panic would not have fit. It was way too wide. It was way too wide to fit. The Carina's a lot thinner, thankfully, and a lot shorter as well, which means it's a lot easier to control.
I do like the sensation of just lining up my welder in just the right way, hitting left or right and just leaving it. Just watching the blocks be painted. It's so satisfying, I guess.
Therapeutic.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Just gotta move across something just like a paintbrush, I guess. Ah. Okay. There's one more component of the armor plates completed. Well, nearly. Forgot about the floor. Since I can now actually categorize what the floor is.
Congrats on floor categorization.
Well, yeah, that's very important in AI.
Is it?
Can't navigate properly if you don't know where the floor is.
I suppose.
Energy low.
God, that reminds me, I did the whole ley line thing with triangulation recently.
Oh yes, that.
And then after that, because all of the math only works in 2D, I have to try and figure out matrix multiplication to get it to go to 3D.
That just sounds like a pain, I've gotta be honest, Lying. That sounds like way too much work.
Well, it's the amount of work that needs doing, really. Thing won't
Fair
work
enough.
without it. Oh, Incon Gremlin XL, flew past. That's unfortunate. Am I just the space equivalent of like the construction jobby, just like staring at all of the cars and stuff going past, wishing they'd stop?
Pretty much.
Well, the difference being, I'm hoping that they stop so that they'll like get beaten up and I can rob them. But
Yeah, that's fair.
not a worker you'd necessarily want on most jobs. Another question though is, if your current ship did try to dock in here, where would it dock? Does it have a side docking port?
It does. It has multiple. Well, no. Yeah, it has two. It has one on each side, and then it has one on the back as well.
Oh.
All the ships I build have docking ports on the side. It's kind of one of those requirements, I feel.
One of your standards?
Yeah. one of the build standards that I like to keep to.
I like that because of the ridiculous shield this station has, this armor plating doesn't actually need to be filled out, it just needs to be present.
Yeah.
Like, I actually have no meaningful incentive to do anything but just plonk a single steel plate into these, but yeah, it looks nicer when it's done.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice and smooth and whatnot, if nothing else.
Hmm.
Ooh, there's a section of the main infrastructure that seems to have gotten knocked out at some stage.
I'm currently using welding ship finally to actually weld up one of the sides of the Carina.
Hooray!
Slowly welding up all of these massive steel blocks.
At least after all of this, I have some McDonald's to look forward to. Because Fuzz decided that we would have McDonald's tonight.
That is fair. I made lentil curry and rice
Ooh.
and then Zeri brought home some poke because he is, as I understand the term, bulking at the moment. I don't know.
Bulking?
Weightlifting, gym stuff.
Oh, I wasn't aware you were dating a gym rat.
Yeah, Zeri's a bit of a gym rat. He's been getting more into it lately, and I'm just here like, I'm gonna just exist. I'm just gonna exist. Have a good evening, Glebe. Enjoy bed, I suppose.
Yeah, night night. Like a headmistress who found you with chalky hands. Wow, that is a very
is-
specific reference.
Yeah. Okay.
Hmm. I need to check out Gleep's channel at some point.
Hmm?
I need to check out Gleep's channel at some stage.
Yeah, they do a lot of Space Engineers content. I actually met them in Manchester when I was down there. They're quite nice. Quite pleasant. Met quite a lot of people while I was in Manchester, actually. I met Keo.
Should think so. I have also met Keo. Keo's not really supposed to be in Manchester, but
What do you mean Keo's not supposed to be in Manchester?
well, not since the incident.
The incident?
Do you not know about the incident?
I'm not aware of the incident, no.
Oh no. Oh, you've got a road ahead of you.
Uh-huh. Are you pulling my leg right now, Mike?
No. Keo's
No?
not supposed to be in Manchester. Keo's not
What?
supposed to be in the country.
Oh, no, the incident is with Norway. Keo's not allowed in Norway. Not in the UK. That's the
Off to work.
incident.
Endeavor to have fun at work, Hesper. Keo's not supposed to be in the UK because they left. They're not supposed to be in Finland because, or Norway or whatever it is, because of the, like, the pandemic, basically.
Well, no, the reason that they're not supposed to be in Norway was because there was a fuck up with their visa, I think.
Yeah. And then the
Um,
pandemic.
And the pandemic. They're allowed to be in the UK. They've been on universal credit and stuff, trying to get a job. Wow.
Well, I've been trying to get out of the country, but yeah.
Yes, that too. But you know, there's the incident did not extend to Keo not being allowed into Manchester.
But
like,
I
"Well, I
am
missed
correct in
something."
saying am I correct in saying that they are not their intended residence is not Manchester?
Their intended residence. Is
And
not
all
Manchester,
things
no.
being as they were supposed to be, they shouldn't be in Manchester right now.
Well, yes and no. It's more complicated than that, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
It's more complicated, but it's funnier to simplify it as.
I suppose, yes.
Oh, I'm glad that my metal grids seem to keep overproducing because I apparently need a lot more of them. We're running out. Also, there seems to be a weird mismatch of this armor plating of which parts just need metal grids and which parts need steel plates.
Have you accidentally used both types?
What do you mean both types?
Have you used both light and heavy armor plating?
No, I made sure of that when I made the projection.
So why are you having to use metal grids and
Because
sometimes not?
presumably I did go around initially with the steel plates and didn't have enough to finish them, but presumed that they only needed metal grids because they weren't completed yet. That's probably what happened, if I had to guess. Which now has the conflict that a lot of them will just need metal grids, others not so much, and they are visually indistinguishable. But okay, that is still nonetheless a significant amount of armor progress. What can I do about this miner?
I do not know.
Suppose I could try building some of the batteries on it.
Not a bad idea, I would think.
Finish up the sides at least, so I can pressurize the thing.
You could. That's definitely an option.
And next stream, I guess I have to go out looking for another ore once again.
I mean, yeah, that's how it usually ends up being.
Not usually quite this frequently. Why is this door on sideways?
I don't know. A lot of
That's-
those are on sideways.
This makes sense at all.
Very few things do in life.
Especially not in Space Invaders.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That's better. Reverse Scourge coming in. What have you got?
Lovely.
Yeah, sounds very, very friendly, very wholesome. Oh, you're a beefy one. And you have exclusively ion thrusters.
Oh, that's something you want.
Oh, yeah. Alright, are you headed straight for me? Yes, you appear to at least be passing obliquely to me. Oh. Please pass close enough. Please.
Fuel
You don't seem to have many large ion thrusters, but I need the components.
Fuel critical.
My guns are all set to take out, power, so there's that. Kilometers or so. Okay, come on. Let's bring out the railguns. Aiming radius. Dial it up as far as it'll go. It's a little over 4 kilometers. Ugh. Come on. Come on, railguns, I believe in you. It needs to get below 4.3 kilometers for it to be in our targeting range. This thing might also actually present at least some amount of challenge in murdering, but we shall see.
Inventory full.
Oop,
Inventory full.
I think it's in targeting range.
Inventory full.
Getting to be very close to it at least.
Inventory full.
Come on, Ribbons.
Inventory.
Now you turned on.
Inventory
Aiming radius
full.
5 kilometers. That's 4. Point and shoot, please. Why are none of my guns shooting at this thing? Time to dumb weapons. Container for oh. Container for Spectre kinetic ammunition empty.
Ah, that is a problem.
Hmm. Please tell me that I'm not. Oh, we're
You have
taking
a
targets now.
magnesium.
Kinetic is on. The assembler is turned on. Am I out of magnesium? Please let that not be the case.
Oh.
Not a drop. Ah.
Oh no, that's a problem for you.
Hmm. We have
You
whatever's
gotta
in
go
the guns
find it.
right now, but. Okay, how far away is the magnesium that I managed to find? I guess the railgun ammunition doesn't take magnesium.
At least
They
there's that.
actually start shooting. One of them has turned around. I think it might just be possibly too low for it. Hmm.
Fair enough, Lydia. Have a good evening.
If it weren't for the guns festooning the exterior of that ship, I would just fly up and, like, well, just grind it down myself.
Hmm.
I think all of my identified magnesium deposits, firstly, are about 30 kilometers away, and secondly, are in the same direction from the station as that Scourge. So...
Yeah, good luck.
Let's see, what are you packing? That is an autocannon turret. Those are missile launchers, Gatlings. I don't see any railguns. Not even sure that assault cannon actually works. It might... relative to my station, it might only have small arms. It might not have enough to take us on.
Okay.
And if it flies close enough, the Gatlings should still work. Yeah, we still have 49 Gatling ammo boxes. So... that should be fine, I think. Some measure of fine, at least. Yeah, if it flies close enough for the Gatling turrets to lock on, which it will because it's only using vanilla weaponry, then it's fine. The problem is, it's currently just flying right past us.
Well, if you go out and get it to chase you.
Well, I don't think I can, because it'll just shoot me immediately in the head.
No, you can dodge it. That is possible.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Leaving my expensive tools behind. Here, Reaver.
Inventory full.
Here, boy. Yep, I know. Has detected a potential target. I know none of your weapons can shoot me from about 1.3 kilometers away. Just gotta stay beyond 800 meters. That's less than 800 meters, oh god!
Oh boy.
Boy, some assault cannon turrets just flew right past me. Oi, that's missiles! That's missiles! I'm a squishy man! Do not use missiles on me! Ugh. What? Huh?
Oh,
Okay, now
there
we're
goes the station.
Station's not going, it's just the missiles have a lot of,
Well, no, I'm saying the station just started firing.
Oh, right. Oh, the shields are gone! How in the hell are the shields gone?
You want me to just
Yes.
pop this thing?
Yes, please.
Hey, give me a second.
What the hell? Wait,
How much shield do you have at the moment?
almost 500,000 is how much this station has. It was at 0 when I hopped into the cockpit. We just took heavy damage out of nowhere.
I mean, that was a lot of missile.
That was your idea, by the way.
That was not my idea.
You specifically said, fly
What?
out and bait it.
No, I said if you wanted to attract it, fly out and bait it.
Where did my shield go? That was, like, sure that was a lot of missiles, but it should have been eaten up by the shield. There's a lot of shield on that station. Enough missiles for almost 500,000 shield. Yeah, no, that was not. We have taken much more than that in the past.
Oh,
What the hell?
maybe it hit you with something else. I don't know.
I checked it. It only had missile launchers and assault cannon turrets and a few Gatlings. That was it. Like, it went through those shields faster than the orc ship that I didn't notice for the longest time. That was using modded weapons.
I don't know, maybe it got through to one of your reactors and the shield generation went down significantly.
I have two. And I have multiple small reactors on the station as well.
Just offering suggestions.
Roll that back, please.
Hmm?
Can we roll that
I don't know
back?
when the last autosave was. It might be during that fight.
Well, one way to find out.
Okay.
I'm fine for taking hits in a fair fight, but that didn't make sense. Also, it was your idea.
That was not my idea.
It was your idea to fly out, attract its attention,
No, you were the one who said you wanted to fight it.
until I realized we were out of magnesium.
Well, yeah, and then you said, "Oh, but my station turrets, the Gatling guns can probably handle it."
Well,
you
they
said
could.
that.
That I did, and they should have been able to handle it, but somehow my shield vanished.
Well, that's not my fault.
Like, that shield has taken sustained fire from an orc ship with modded weaponry. A ship using purely vanilla weaponry should not have gone through it nearly that fast.
Not my fault.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was not nearly enough missiles to do that.
Oh yeah. Look,
Huh? What?
it literally just same moment. The load in point. In fact, now it's done even more damage because the loading point is just as the Reaver is coming into attack. Because I couldn't get there fast enough to delete it this time.
Right.
So we're gonna have to
So-
roll back a significant amount if you want to roll back.
It destroyed a kobold, which I can't rebuild because we haven't been able to find gold. And
Do you want me to do a full rollback?
it also damaged one of the. It also damaged to the point of non-functioning one of the reactors. It's probably damaged a lot of the auto crafting system.
Do you want me to do a full rollback?
Yeah,
And
that would be a
lose
good
a
idea.
Decent amount of progress, but
That'll be a good idea because otherwise I'm going to be spending the next 2 or 3 streams trying to get back to what just got wiped out from nowhere.
okay.
Ugh. Let me look up what the damage like is from just a missile. Let's see. It's a raw firepower. If it's raw firepower you want, the rocket does 500 explosion damage against blocks, which is less than a warhead. So 500 damage across 440,000 shield points.
Bearing in mind that I saw at least 20 rockets going there.
Yes, would be about 880 rockets. Which is definitely a lot less than that.
And then you count all of the machine
all of
gun
the
fire as
all
well.
the all of the little bullets too. Yes, and the autocannon. I guess. Let me check what the autocannon ranks at. Let's see, assault cannon shell. There you go. Just on this wiki at least. But yeah, that felt like something in that fight was unfair, and I don't know what exactly.
Oh. Okay, now I have to rebuild this entire conveyor line.
Feel free to hop into creative for that if you want to speed it up. To get back to where you were.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick.
Yeah, that feels fair. I get back half my station. You can get back what you built tonight. Brainstorm Town, you got work in the morning? Okay. Night night, Lydia. That was a blast? Yeah. That was several successive blasts. And I guess I have to take Kobold out to grab some magnesium.
Probably.
Which hopefully I still have mapped. Yeah, like I've taken not necessarily bigger targets than that, but pretty damn big targets that spent a lot of time shooting at me. And the shield has lasted longer. Unless missiles are just straight up the anti-shield. Actually, they might well be. I'll have a look.
It's quite possible that missiles have a higher impact damage on shield.
Yeah. Guess you also need to check shields before you start a fight. They're usually at full. quite happily, they're usually at full. Da-dum-da-dum-da-dum. This mod adds fully functional shield generators to the game that protect the whole grid from incoming damage and also upgrade them. Default mechanics are similar to EVE Online. Diddle-da-dum-dum-dum. It just gives me points. It doesn't mention anything about missiles.
Oh.
There's the config that might help. Not sure. Direct damage modifier multiplies the amount of damage the shields take from explosives and weapon projectiles. Accepts floating point numbers. I wonder what that's set to in the config.
I do not know. I have not altered it.
But something else might.
It is very possible.
Okay, well, all of my armor plating seems to still be good. Lights are still in. This actually looks like right before the thing showed up. So I've kind of gone that far back at least.
It was a little bit before, I think, because I have a lot of stuff missing.
Well, all of the armor paddling I did is pretty much back. It can't be too long, more than a few minutes.
At most, like, 8 minutes of progress, I would think.
Not too much, not too much. Could be worse. You could have to rebuild your entire, like, half of your station again. Ay. How have I managed to apparently pick the hard mode on this save?
I don't know, lying. Like, in fairness, I did warn you.
You did warn me, but also, somehow you've only had zombies and weather to deal
Yeah,
with.
I don't know why that is. I've got to be honest. Like, that seems really weird to me.
Yeah. Like, I don't have an explanation for that.
I don't know. Don't ask me. I didn't
like,
run the mods, so...
We've had them attack us on planets before. Anagaris, for instance.
Yeah?
So I don't know why they've decided that they're just going to leave you alone and bother me the whole time.
Maybe they just find you attractive.
Well, they have a very unpleasant way of showing it.
I don't know. Well, I'll soon be up there with my 12 torpedo launchers on this ship, so that'll be interesting.
Okay, do I still have, then, my magnesium? Yes, I do. So before I call it for the night, I should definitely go pick up some magnesium.
Probably.
Even if I can't find any gold, I might as well pick up some magnesium. Oy. They're all like 30 kilometers away. Well, chat, what do we rate the odds that I get shot at on the route to one of these magnesium deposits?
Hi.
Very high. Well, we can but hope.
Can but hope to get shot at?
No, that I make it there intact.
Yeah.
And back, ideally. But I have 4 marked deposits, so hopefully if I do find something nearby looks angry at me, I will be able to reroute. Let me see, 100 meters per second, 20 kilometers all the way, 20,000 over 100 would be 200 seconds, would be 4-ish minutes, I think, travel time. Orc shooter boat, hello. Really?
That'll be dangerous.
Yeah,
How close is that to you?
that is 4.7 kilometers from me. I am 5 kilometers from the station.
Okay. I take it in the opposite direction to the station.
I'm passing by it, we're kind of triangled.
Okay. Well, as long as it's not going to the station, then I'm not gonna...
Damn well better not
eat
be.
it. I don't think it is, but I can't see it, so...
Well, I'm currently traveling at speed, so... hopefully if I get far enough away, it'll just despawn.
Hmm.
Right?
Hopefully. I don't know.
It's currently kind of directly between me and the station. I saucilize a little bit. I would pop into Spectator and have a look at it, but I might ram into an asteroid on the way.
Hmm.
So, yeah. This cobalt is empty. Yes, good. Just a little bit of uranium fuel. The more if it doesn't despawn soon, the more likely possibility is it shoots at me on my way back.
Hmm.
Just had a Reaver ship somehow evaporate nearly 500,000 shield points. And now there's an Orc ship that we know for a fact uses modern weapons that can punch through it almost as easily. Yay! Bad to worse. The Orc ship is off my radar, at least. That could mean I just ran out of its range, or that it despawned. But pray despawn. Given your history, high chance I die. Yeah. As we've established, the most dangerous things seem to spawn specifically around me.
For some reason.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it does look like... It thankfully does appear that I have a straight line trajectory from cobalt and magnesium to the station. So, hopefully that should mean I can just slam the slam the pedal and just off I go. Faster than anything can shoot me out. There's like 4 different magnesium deposits in a happy little quad here. Where are you, Magnesium? I have come to pilfer your soul. We are. Little itty bitty Magnesium here. Sees enemy close by. Ludicrous speed, now! What can I say? It's an effective tactic. When you have a speed mod and none of the enemy ships know about it. Everywhere the line can be found, plus their GoFundMe can be found on their card. Link in chat. Nice. Thank you, Moobot. Sponsor a line in space today. Oh good, there is actually a full deposit of magnesium on this thing. Not just that little outcropping. How goes reconstruction?
It's going. I need to get some construction components, interior plates, girders, and the like. A lot of motors.
Well, I would offer my crafting services, but there's a planetoid in between us.
Maybe one day I'll be able to take advantage of those.
Oh goody, combat phase ended.
Wunderbar.
No, actually, this is just a t-shirt prop. I did contemplate wearing all my push-ups, actually, but, black under a white shirt, not generally a good idea.
That's fair.
Things you figure out when you have to wear over-the-shoulder butler holders. I do think it should be a thing that I should just make it a standard that my mining craft have a rotating light or two.
I mean, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that does sound like it's good for notifying people, hey, there's mining happening here. It's also good for highlighting the boundaries of the rock that you're currently trying to not necessarily fly directly into. Oh, hefty cobalt. Oof. What music do I listen to? I have an extremely eclectic music taste, to say the least. Because I grew up in a house with, let me see, a DJ, a jazz double bassist, a concert double bassist, just all sorts, basically.
Sounds like an interesting life.
Cobalt is in fact so stuffed I can't even actually sort things at it. Nope. I'm definitely coming back with like 100,000 magnesium at least, I think. But I think I'm coming back much slower than I went because I don't trust this thing to slow down fast enough at 100 meters per second right now.
It's fair, I suppose.
Oh. Hey, let me see. I listened to Dire Straits. I don't know if they're still performing these days. Listened to a bunch of Clamavi di Profundis. Listened to a bunch of Brothers of Metal. Definitely a bunch of Glory Hammer.
Ah, yes.
Viking and like fantasy metal, essentially those two. What else? I will confess, I listened to a bunch of League of Legends music songs.
I think we all do that at some
Yeah,
point, to be honest.
it's weird that the best part of League of Legends is the music video team.
I mean, yeah. Like, I think I still have Get Jinxed on one of my playlists. I've got to be honest.
Like, I listened to Burn It All, which is a recent one. Which is one of their... It's in the same vein as some of their other ones, which is like, here's League of Legends esports teams, but also they're kind of underground superheroes having fights. Or they've been isekai'd into the League of Legends. Vague context. Which... I get that these music videos are chiefly made to advertise tournaments and such, but... Nah.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're good music videos, but that is a concept from a low-budget isekai, to say the least.
Yep.
They do got a good music video team, yeah, and the songs are good. The performances are good. League of Legends videos are better than the game, yes.
This is true.
They're better than the game, the community around the game, most of the people running the game.
Not a lie.
I've been looking a bit at Smite recently, though. I'm not to like play, but Smite is a game that takes a bunch of mythical characters and turns them into like MOBA heroes in a relatively more sensitive way than, say, Fate Stay Night does.
I'm not familiar with that title.
That one just sort of lifts the names and then just slaps an anime character underneath it.
Ah, right.
Pretty much. It's not good. Like, Gilgamesh, for instance, is basically just the Hulk in red.
Interesting.
Or at least a version of Gilgamesh is. It's like, it's not good. It's not good. But Smite seems to try a bit harder, at least.
Okay.
So it's a nice reference point to go to for what's a like video gamey approach to character X or such. Like they've got Thor, they've got Loki, they've got Nike, they've got Baba Yaga, they've got Jormungandr, they've got Set. Like there's a whole bunch, and they're treated decently well. Strike Claw Fighter Mark II, 10 kilometers out. Leave me alone. Nearly home. Please leave me be. Do you have any idea how far I have to go right now just to get groceries, as it were? I see my ship. I see the station shooting at something. Please tell me I'm seeing this. I'm not. I'm seeing just the sun glinting off the station. Oh god.
I think you're seeing the sun glinting off the station.
Oh.
I'd see no gunfire.
Okay. God, that would have been horrifying. I come back and the station's already been just utterly wrecked. Whew. Well, that's one more reason for me to fill in all of this armor plating. Yeah, chat, you can see how at a distance I thought that was Gatling fire, right? I feel like that's not too weird of a conclusion to draw.
Well, depends.
Okay, now I just have to dock a 118-ton kobold. What do you mean Hercules? Gilgamesh is the... I'm not heavily up on Fates. I took a look at it, discovered this issue, and it immediately lost all interest for me.
That's fair.
Gilgamesh is the... Gilgamesh, the famously incredibly strong guy, is just an arrogant king who, like, just wields every weapon his troops ever had. It's like, that's not Gilgamesh.
Oh.
It's not good. And yes, Hercules is basically just the Hulk in ring. Which,
Lovely.
again, is not Hercules. For a chick, honestly, that's not the weirder. That is on the lower end of complaints I would have with Fate. Like, Artorias, or Arturia, I think is, like, her actual name, is, like, yes, a woman, but also, like, Excalibur is an invisible sword that can only be perceived by the king, that kind of deal. Like, okay, that's, like, honestly, as, like, stories of heraldry and whatnot go, La Mort d'Arthur is not the most cohesive narrative.
Hmm.
So, sure, fine. But,
Well, interpretations of varying mythologies aside, some games just have a bad idea of how to do it.
yeah. Do I have a refinery set up for magnesium? Yes, I do, but it's not currently fully connected. Finish that up before the next thing takes a look at me. Cuckoo Lane also shows up in that series, and he's just not Cuckoo Lane. Which I do take a lot of pride in, like, Irish mythology and such. I probably should take slightly less of it, given that I've never actually set foot in Ireland, but like, I have a soft spot for it.
That's fair.
Go. There's magnesium being processed. Hooray. So very soon, hopefully, all of my guns should be able to fire again.
Wonderful.
Yep, Spectre shells are currently being processed, it seems. Albeit a little on the slow side. Ember Processing Ship Mark II. What are you? Will I like the answer?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Oh! Goodness me.
Let's see, you are... fully... I see large ions on this thing. Oh. Couple
The
of...
Armada 03. Raiding with a party of 13. Welcome, Raiders.
This thing has just a
are-
couple of assault cannons on it.
Hmm?
This thing has just a couple of assault cannons.
Well, the last thing also had just a couple of assault cannons, and it
No, it had a
wrecked
lot.
you.
It had missile launchers. That one. This.
Okay.
Well, firstly, this one's already on fire, so one way or another, I'm attacking it.
Oh, fair enough. Oh. Welcome,
I only see
Raiders.
2 weapon rolls.
We are constructing the Carina class tonight, and flying is getting into scraps as usual.
Pretty much. Where am I? Relative here. There. Well, it's now somewhat resembling the Defiance.
All right.
In that its two forwards engines are out completely.
Fair enough.
But unfortunately, my guns have missed both of its turrets, or else I would go and try to scrap some thrusters off it.
Well, you have them set to target power, not off it.
Yeah. Oh well. I
It's
should jump into
alright.
weapons. If.
Crazy Jeff 88. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Yeah,
Sup.
many things.
Hmm.
It's cha-ching.
Yeah, Lying sees large ions. Cartoon mini noise, yes. What can I say? I have a very mighty need at this stage.
A mighty need for ions, yes.
Yeah, for thruster components.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, the next 30 kilometers appear to be devoid of gold, so I can't make more thruster components, and my ore detecting ship got destroyed trying to find some.
Yeah.
So I'm
yeah.
a little worse for wear.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh? What is uh-oh?
Jetpack. Jetpack almost ran out of fuel. That's fine.
Ah. Ew. Alright. Let's see what I can do up here. Nope. What is the one I'm looking for here? What were there's like a blue layer at the back of the Don't Panic. Like a field of some description, what was it?
A field?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It was like a Star Wars gate mod or something.
Oh! Right, yes, no, I pulled that from the mod pack. Because it was being not great, and it was a pretty old mod, so it wasn't particularly stable.
Oh. I was just
yeah.
about to build something with that, and I had
Oh.
no idea.
Sorry.
Uh,
Yeah, no, that one's gone.
Hmm.
Energy low.
Oh boy, more batteries to build. Alright.
Stairs. Come on. Work with me. Thank you. Okay, I can maybe find all of the superconductors on the base that aren't being used and disassemble those. That'll give me some gold, at least.
Good luck.
Won't be enough to get all of the thrusters of this thing going, or even most of them, but it's something. I suppose I could dismantle some of the yield modules. Or not to do that. I only need like 17 bars, and I got about 13 from those superconductors, apparently. Yeah, I dismantled 20 superconductors, and I've already gotten 26 and counting thruster components. Maybe dismantling the yield modules is the way to go. Hmm. I mean, if I can get the big miner ship up, I can just stick a large grid or detector on it anyways.
Yes, this is true. It's probably a good idea to do so.
Okay, 20 superconductors created 40 thruster components. So, let's see, large thrusters are 960. So 960 over 20 is 96 over 2 is about 48 superconductors,
Damn,
I
me.
think.
I'm gay. I'm bad at math.
That's about 48 superconductors. Every yield module has 20. Might be able to pull it off. Might be able to move it at the very least. Let's see. Nickel doesn't really need superconductors, really. Actually, looking at it, nickel isn't even using the superconductors because I haven't filled those in. Pissy.
I'm going to need a lot more nickel, and I'm going to need a lot more gold as well.
This means the only thing I have that's actually got that I could reasonably take the superconductors out of is the yield modules for uranium. And I only have 80 in all. Which would give me about 160. Which would be about 2 small thrusters on large grid. Well, I guess I'll spend some time working on the drill at least. Okay, that doesn't require superconductors. It does not. Yay! Yeah, I don't remember you mentioning that you pulled that mod.
No, I probably forgot to. I've got to be honest. I probably did. I probably was testing some stuff midweek and looked at it. And
This is why I ask you at the start of every stream, what have you done?
I'm relatively sure I pulled that mod like
a while
6 weeks
ago, yes.
Yeah.
But
So even if I had remembered it today, I wouldn't have mentioned it because it was a while ago. I need to figure out. I need to figure out where. I haven't put a med bay in this thing yet. Ah,
So-
I knew there was something that was missing in the design. I think I was planning on putting that near. Whoa!
You okay?
Yeah, no, just a massive hole straight through the ship that was hidden by a bunch of projected blocks. Everything's fine.
Have you maybe thought of turning that off on occasion?
I have, but at the moment I need it to weld stuff, so like I turn it off when I have a bunch of stuff that I have built that needs welding. But at the moment I need to figure out what needs to be built next. Although at the moment I'm looking at this and I'm going, my brain's starting to hurt.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Are you at least caught up?
I'm well past caught up at this point. I'm starting to think that my brain is gonna stop working soon. And that we've been going for 5.5 hours at this point.
We have, yeah. I was supposed to take my meds like half an hour ago.
Mm-hmm. I love that every time we do this, you always complain that you've been going too long, and then the next stream we still do the same thing over again.
Well, it happens because I like to make progress, and then things happen to prevent me from making progress.
And then you make more progress, and you can't stop yourself from making
you-
progress.
This is definitely a mod that is one more thing kind of compatible, as it were.
It is, yes. Just a little bit. Just one more block. Just one more bit.
Inventory.
Yeah, just one little extra system.
Just one more conveyor. I mean, perhaps, Tasara, but I think the moral of the story here is Lying needs to get their sleep schedule sorted out better.
Like you're one to talk.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm just as bad, to be quite honest, but you know.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, the moral of the story is, neither of us have great reasoning whenever we are tired.
Yes, this is true.
Missing. Girders, apparently. The build planner told me I'd gotten everything, but apparently it missed girders, which I actually don't think I have on autograph. Because how often do you need girders?
Apparently not that often.
Well, the few things that I don't have autografting currently. Well, unless it's a number of girders I think I can carry. And at least it only takes iron, which I have in significant abundance.
Mm-hmm. Well, I enjoy building, so I guess
Good.
That's,
it's a symbiotic relationship.
I mean, technically all forms of like YouTube content creation are, to a degree, symbiotic. aren't
Only if you're getting paid for it. Otherwise, it's parasitic.
they? That's fair. I enjoy making content. People enjoy watching the content. That works for me.
Yeah, yeah. As long as it
I would
becomes
like to-
economically sustainable.
I would like to earn more money making the content, but you know, you can't have everything in life.
I mean, we could at least have the capacity to survive comfortably. That's not asking much, surely.
You'd think that, wouldn't you? But surprisingly enough.
Low IDW private sale. You're headed planet side, and you have only small ions. And a large cargo container.
Might be full of stuff.
Well, they're not hostile, and the exterior appears to only be guarded with, like, interior turrets.
Might be full of stuff.
I don't think it'd be worth it, honestly.
I mean, if it's
I think-
got a large cargo container, it might be like ore and stuff.
Yeah, I don't need ore unless it's gold.
No, might be gold or magnesium. You never know.
No, I think this thing is not worth my time.
That's fair.
How am I looking at... Okay, that was weird. I was looking at the projector, but apparently so close it was actually looking at the sorter behind it. Space engineers. Okay, I'm gonna finish up by getting the life support systems on this thing put together, and then I'm taking my meds and eating my McDonald's.
That is fair.
I
McDonald's
think...
must be cold by now.
Yeah, it's fine.
You shove it in
McDonald's
the microwave.
reheated is barely much different than McDonald's regular than McDonald's fresh. Let's be
Yeah,
real.
no, that's fair. To be quite honest, that's fair.
I forget. You don't? Do you do Space Engineers with a face cam?
No, I mean, not always. Most of the time, no. Sometimes I do, but not on the regular.
Yes, yes, Madeline. I know. Don't worry. I have set a firm state. I've made a firm statement. Once the life support's done, I'm going to go and eat and go to bed and take my meds and whatnot. I think I've heard this one before. Hey!
I mean, it's true.
You're not wrong, but you don't have to call me out. I'm well aware. It could be worse. I could have taken my meds already, in which case my decision-making capacity would be even worse. If there's one thing that my Skittles do, and there's definitely more than one thing, it is impair my brain function. For like an hour or so. Go. And that is all of the oxygen farms on this thing running. And doesn't seem to be pressurized just yet, I think. Or it might just be doesn't have enough oxygen to pressurize.
Well, if the vent is green but isn't filling, then yeah, no, not enough oxygen. If it's yellow, that means there's a gap.
Let's see. Not pressurized currently. Depressurize off. Find the leak. Apparently it's out the door?
Is the door open? Hold on.
No, it was closed. Both of them are closed.
Let me come and take a look. Where is this? It's,
Oh wait, hang on. It might be... It's going down the corridor and out the front door.
Okay,
Oh, it's going it's because the thruster's not complete. That's the problem,
no,
I think.
Yeah, it won't pressurize if there's not a completed block there.
Right, that's... Well, there's that problem. Oh, I know. But I do at least have comfy cozy warmth and oxygen inside the cockpit, so hey, there's something.
That is nice.
Okay, we have one really heckin' big drill. Can't go anywhere currently, and so unless the ore very kindly levitates towards it, we can't do much, but it's a start.
It is indeed a start.
Additionally, there is absolutely no storage on this thing by design, so...
Once it's full, it's full.
No, it literally can't even fill itself. If the drill I guess can fill itself, but that's it.
Yep.
The drill and the connector are the two storage points of this entire ship so far. The intention being that I make a separate storage module that attaches to the back, and I, like, ditch that whenever I need to go lift something. Yeah, there's a piece of large wreckage for this thing to grab onto and bring back. For salvage.
Fuel.
Because
low.
Lord knows, there's a lot of salvage around here.
Fuel
Yeah.
critical.
But okay, I made my deal. I've got the life support going. I will quickly do a couple of gyroscopes and I'll go.
It's just one more block, isn't it? Like.
Just a couple of gyroscopes. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I know. No, don't you raven at me. I know.
Okay. So this means that this is now attached.
I know, Madeline. I know. I'm being sound alerted, bullied.
Inventory full.
There we go.
Oh, that's a lot of stuff.
Inventory full.
Okay.
Now.
I just assembled the powder container.
Oh, you didn't make sure it was empty, did you?
Inventory
No, I
full.
Whoopsie.
It's fine. Mostly fine.
Inventory full.
I've done the gyroscopes and I'm docking this and I'm gonna go in the cryopod. you can cease the sound alert bullying. Don't make me talk about the Xenomorph Queen again. Okay. Take a blueprint of what I've got. I forgot I had that sad alert, but yes, accurate, Madeline. Okay, away I go.
Energy low.
Indeed. And away I think I will go as well. Because we've done a decent amount of progress today.
Well, we've
Getting
done a
some-
decent amount. Progress might be stretching it.
We've done a decent amount. I've done it. I've done a decent amount of progress at the very least. I had to take apart some of my previous progress, but I've come back and managed to do a decent amount in turn. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Farrell, sadly unable to join us tonight.
Yep,
due
which means
to
you just had to
IRL
put up
stuff.
with us.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you all very much for joining us this evening. It has been fun. You can find Lying over at twitch.tv/lyinginbedmon, youtube.com/lyingtube, and patreon.com/lying, as well as Twitter and Tumblr.
Yeah,
and
I have a
various
card.
other places.
It's not hard to find me.
Yeah. I also
let me
have
see.
I have a link tree somewhere around here, though I don't remember where I put it. As for now, ladies and gentlemen, you can find all my stuff below the stream. I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll be back on Saturday with something. You'll be back on Saturday with the carousel.
Yep, the witch is back tomorrow with some more Aliens Dark Descent.
Ooh,
If you-
fun. How is
If
that, by the way?
So far it's good. It's like XCOM, but like dialed up a difficulty notch for me, for my personal like
Okay.
experience with it. But the funniest thing I've found is that all of your troops have a like stress level, like a meter,
Oh no.
which naturally goes up pretty high when you, for instance, kill 55 xenomorphs in a single run.
Lovely.
But what's entertaining is I'm reasonably certain that if you put them into the armored truck and redeploy them elsewhere in the map, their stress level goes down.
Huh.
Which
Okay.
means that if colonial marines who are armed with heavy munitions in the extreme get a little testy, you put them in the car and drive them around the block.
Well,
I don't know if that's accurate, but it seemed to be the way.
fair enough.
Very funny. But yeah, the Witch will be playing that. If I haven't put you off Xenomorphs tonight, then go watch that.
Mhm.
And in the meantime, I'm going to send a raid to Trinity Azure.
And
So
I
say
will
hi to
send my raiders to MacDougall, who's currently playing Celesta, Crown of the Magister. Thank you very much for watching this evening, everybody. I hope you had fun. I certainly did. And yeah, I'll be back on Saturday. Lying will be back on Friday. And for now, have a very good evening, a very good night. And we'll see you all next time. Ta-ta for now. And bye-bye.
Hmm.